We just sort of,
Sure.
it was left. Promote for music.
Hear ye. State of Michigan Court of Claims is now in session. Presiding, the Honorable Chief Patel. All persons having business herein drawn near to attention, and they shall be heard. I say these United States, State of Michigan, and His Honor.
Welcome back. Good morning.
Morning. Your Honor, just preliminarily, if I
Let me
may.
call the case
Very
very
good.
quickly. This is case number 24-11 Northland Family Planning Center versus AG Nessel et al. We're here on the continued trial for plaintiff's claim for injunction and declaratory relief. Mr. Absenson, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Intervening defendant withdraws its request to call Dr. Wubenhorst out of order.
Okay.
Her travel plans changed. There was Ebola in the country that she was planning to travel to in Africa. And so she is no longer leaving the country next week, and we would like to proceed in the normal course of order of witnesses. Thank you.
May I be heard, Your Honor?
Yes.
I don't think it's quite as simple as they're withdrawing a request. We have some scheduling issues. I had hoped we could work them out through cooperation. I think we need the court's intervention at this point.
Okay.
Plaintiff's remaining witnesses are Dr. Amy Levi, who is here from New Mexico. She was scheduled to testify yesterday. We need to get her to fly back home. She's going to start the day. She's here to testify about advanced practice clinicians. That's the focus of her opinions in this case. Our next witness will be Dr. Antonia Biggs, who's here from San Francisco. She's talking about decision-making, decisional certainty, regret, and issues around that. She's a social scientist. So again, her testimony is not as broad in scope as the witnesses we had yesterday. The third witness that's in our control is Professor Kate Spector-Baghdadi. She is out of town this week. I don't know if you remember, we talked about this at the status conference, that one of our witnesses needed to come next Tuesday.
Mhm.
We've made the other parties aware of that for several weeks. She's just not in Michigan right now. The only other witness that we will be calling is Dr. Natasha Bagdasarian, who's the chief medical executive for MDHHS. We obviously can't talk to her. She's not our witness. She's represented by counsel for the director. She's not able to be here for a full day. She needs a specific start time. So we have agreed, because we need to get our witnesses from out of town home, to have her start at 9 a.m. on Tuesday.
Okay.
The plan for this trial all along had been Dr. Wubenhorst to testify today. That was at intervening defendants' requests. They confirmed with us on Tuesday that despite the fact that she no longer had to be out of order, she'd still be here to testify today. Last night, we provided the schedule and said, look, we can accommodate Dr. Bagdasarian. We only have 2 witnesses today. Frankly, I think those directs, we're estimating an hour for one, 45 minutes for another. I don't think those witnesses will fill the whole day, Your Honor. We said, we want to have another witness on deck for today. Dr. Wubenhorst was already planning to testify. We've asked intervening defendants specifically and directly multiple times if Dr. Wubenhorst is here. They've refused to answer our question. I have to imagine she's here, because if she wasn't, we would have heard about it. She's from North Carolina. Up through and until last evening, she was going to testify today. I've got to imagine she traveled here. Instead, what we heard from intervening defendants was that they unilaterally and arbitrarily decided that they will not allow Dr. Wubenhorst to testify today. They are moving their witnesses, and they will make them available next Wednesday. That's past the time we expected this trial to go, Your Honor, and we all talked about it. Frankly, it's a significant imposition on plaintiffs for them to make that decision. As Your Honor knows, we're all here from out of town. We have flights booked. We have hotels that we need to change. It's a financial burden for us to end potentially early today just so they can wait to call their witness on Wednesday. Many of us, and I'll speak for myself, I'm a single parent with childcare issues. If we have to stay another day, I got to make arrangements. I understand Your Honor's admonition that we need to be flexible. And if, because we use all the time every court day, we need to go another day, no problem, we'll make that work. This case is important to every single attorney sitting here for plaintiffs. We will make it happen. But instead to say, there's a witness who's physically here who we're just not going to call because we don't want her testimony to go over 2 days seems completely unreasonable when the plan was always for her to testify. There's no reason she can't testify over 2 days. It happens all the time in normal trials. Witnesses are called out of order. Testimony is interrupted in front of juries. There's no prohibition on that. It's the way trials usually unfold. There's even less prejudice here because Your Honor is the finder of fact. You're obviously capable of understanding and comprehending testimony, regardless of what order it comes in. There's lots of attorneys here from the other defendants who are from Lansing. They're traveling. We all have other cases.
Okay, so let me, so we are going to call Dr. Levy this morning,
Yep,
and then you are calling
Dr. Biggs.
Dr. Biggs. And both of these you think are going to be shorter examinations than Dr. Loader yesterday?
Well, they're shorter direct examinations yesterday, Your Honor. I think the other issue I would raise is the reason we're so far behind. I mean, the cross-examinations took longer than the directs, which is not typical for both witnesses. We indulged intervening defendants' requests for breaks.
Well, it is also his trial, so I'm going to allow
And I get
as
that.
much as
But
So,
we would
okay.
like to make sure that we're filling the day and not ending early. We don't imagine that Dr. Biggs and Dr. Levi will take the entire day. And we would ask that Dr. Rubenhorst be made available to start her testimony as had been planned for more than a month.
So because trial has to end by 4 o'clock, I was anticipating breaking at around noon for an hour for lunch. Do you think that we're going to be able to start Dr. Biggs' testimony before lunch, or do you think that the morning will probably be taken up by Dr. Levy?
Unless I can't imagine that Dr. Levi is going to take the whole morning. She's testifying just about the APC issue. The direct examination is going to be about 45 minutes. That would leave 2+ hours for cross-examination. Her deposition didn't last that long, Your Honor.
Mr. Absenson, is Dr. Rubenhurst available to testify?
Your Honor, first of all, there is no way that this trial concludes before Wednesday of next week. I think it was overly ambitious to try to get this trial done by Tuesday. There's just no way this trial ends before Wednesday. So all of the harms of us calling Dr. Rubenhurst on Wednesday, they're going to be there
Okay,
because
let's go through the remaining witnesses. So we have Dr. Levi, Dr. Biggs.
those will be today.
And then we were going to call Dr. Rubenhurst. Who are we planning to call on Tuesday?
Bagdasarian and Baghdadi.
Dr. Bagdasarian will start the day, and then Professor Baghdadi be our second witness.
And just based on knowledge of the case, Bagdasarian and Baghdadi will be pretty intense witnesses.
Your Honor, I think yes, but to the extent that Your Honor had pointed out this is a bench trial, we don't need to cover the same information 15 times like you might in a jury trial. I think they will have substantive testimony, but I don't imagine 2-hour directs for either one of them, Your Honor.
Okay, the only, my philosophy is to let the attorneys guide their own trial and set the pace of testimony, set the pace of examination. My only comment on that would be that while I am sitting as the trier of fact, this case, if I was a betting person, would say 100% is going to be going up on appeal to the Court of Appeals and probably Supreme Court. And they will be, because we are at trial now, they will be confined to the record that's created at the trial. And I want this to be as full and plenary of a review. And I'm trying I'm trying very conscientiously to limit my review of the issues to the testimony that is being elicited at trial. So we have a court reporter here. We are going to be getting roughs of the transcripts contemporaneously with what I assume that the attorneys will as well. And we'll be basing my decision, based on the testimony that is elicited at trial. So that is just to say, again, it is however you want to schedule things, but I don't want to rush through this because I think it's too important of an issue to do that.
I agree, Your Honor. We're not seeking to rush. What we're seeking to do is fill all of the time that we have. If we leave Dr. Morris and Dr. Curlin and don't start them until Wednesday, they're not going to end Wednesday. We're going to be going into Thursday and potentially Friday.
Okay, so we have so the remaining plaintiffs' witnesses, Dr. Levi, Dr. Biggs, then on Tuesday, Dr. Bagdasarian and Dr. Baghdadi. And then is that the number for plaintiffs? Okay. And then we have Rubenhorst. Is that how it's
Rubenhurst, yes.
Rubenhurst
And Dr. Curlin.
and
So
Dr. Curlin?
I think 2 witnesses a day seems like a reasonable pace. 2 witnesses every single day. Now, we went through 2 fairly hefty witnesses yesterday, and I think we're going to have 2 fairly hefty witnesses in my day. But defendant is seeking to put on one day of witnesses compared to 3 days of the plaintiffs. And so I see no reason why my right as the defendant to present my witness after the close of proofs should be crimped because of a concern of filling up the day. I mean, I will take full blame and responsibility if we end early on Valentine's Day, Your Honor.
Ms. Kelly, I think that I take your point and I appreciate that plaintiff's team, many of you are from out of town, and that adding an additional day of trial is it is burdensome. However, look, based on the pace of trial yesterday and the number of remaining witnesses, I don't think it's going to be possible for us to end on Tuesday, especially because we are constricted by the court's the time. I had originally envisioned having longer days of trial to finish the witnesses, but we are also constrained by the fact that court cannot start till 9 and must end at 4:30. Is it 4 or 4:30? 4:30. So court must end at 4:30. And given, and I don't want to push us to the point where I think yesterday we had a 20-minute lunch break. So I would like to give us a full hour to take a break for lunch in the middle of the day so that we can all be present and at our best. So I think that we are going to have trial on Wednesday. And given that, I don't think that there's any prejudice to just having Dr. Rubenhurst come in on Wednesday and testify.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, is there anything else preliminarily that we need to discuss before we start trial? Okay, then we are ready to begin. Plaintiff, please call your next witness.
Good morning, Your Honor. Allison Epperson from Orrick, Harrington, and Sutcliffe on behalf of the plaintiffs. We would like to call Dr. Amy Levi as our first witness today. Hi, Dr. Go ahead.
You swear. Testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth.
Hi, Dr. Levi. How are you? Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Amy Levi.
And have you prepared a CV that lists your professional accomplishments? I'm going to be handing the witness what has been already admitted as Exhibit 23. May I approach? So I want to talk about a few things on here. What nursing degrees do you have, Dr. Levi?
I have an associate's degree in therapy.
Do you also have a nurse practitioner certificate?
Yes, I do.
And where did you get your master's and PhD?
At the
Where did you get your nurse practitioner certificate?
also university.
What was your PhD dissertation about?
It's about
And what did you do to receive your certified nurse midwife, your nurse practitioner certification?
I participated in 6 months that program.
And did you ever practice as a nurse?
I'm sorry to interrupt you for a moment. Are you being able to hear her?
Does this work better?
Much better. And Megan, if you have issues, just feel free to let us know so that, yeah. Okay, wonderful. Thank you both.
No. Did you ever practice as a nurse practitioner?
Yes, I practiced as a nurse practitioner until I became a certified nurse midwife in 1987, so for 6 years.
And did you receive a certification as a certified nurse midwife?
Yes,
What did you do to receive that certification?
I graduated from a graduate program in nurse midwifery and took a certification exam.
How long did you practice as a certified nurse midwife?
From 1987 until 2012.
And what types of care did you provide as a nurse midwife?
Full scope obstetrical and gynecological care, so attendance at birth, women's health, in the outpatient area, and postpartum care.
What do you currently do?
I'm a consultant for the New Mexico Department of Health for their reproductive health access project.
What do you do as a consultant?
I coordinate activities in the state of New Mexico to ensure access to reproductive health care.
And in that role, do you meet with abortion providers in the state?
Yes, I coordinate a regular convening of abortion providers in the state of New Mexico.
I want to talk briefly about other positions you've held throughout your career. Were you the Vice President of Academic Affairs for the New Mexico Health Sciences Center?
Yes,
Were you also an endowed professor of midwifery at the University of New Mexico's College of Nursing?
yes.
What is an endowed professorship?
It's a prestigious assignment that allows one to engage in research without having other responsibilities at the same time.
To your knowledge, how many endowed professorships in nurse midwifery exist in the US?
Well, there's an endowed chair and there's the endowed professorship. So there's two.
In the whole US?
Yes.
Did you also serve as the director for the Office of Interprofessional Education at the University of New Mexico's Health Sciences Center?
Yes.
What does interprofessional mean?
It's bringing all of the healthcare professions together, nursing, medicine, pharmacy, physical therapy, so that students learn together, because providing clinical care is a team sport.
And we're going to spend some more time talking about this in a little while, but are you familiar with the term advanced practice clinician?
Yes.
What type of clinicians are considered advanced practice clinicians?
Nurse practitioners, nurse midwives, and physician assistants.
And has your work involved teaching and publishing on issues related to care provided by certified nurse midwives, nurse practitioners, and physician assistants?
Yes.
Going back to your role as the director for the Office of Interprofessional Education, what did you do in that role?
I coordinated activities in the School of Medicine, the College of Nursing, the College of Pharmacy. We drew in students from all the health professions, dental hygienists, so that students could learn together how to engage in patient care in a way that was complementary of their individual skills.
And in your career, have you trained APCs to provide abortion care?
Yes.
What kind of training have you provided?
Both didactic and a skills-based training with simulated instruments and fruit.
Can you explain to the court what didactic training entails?
Yes. So having classroom exercises, lectures, workshops, presentations that provide information about the skill set that is being taught.
And have you provided this type of didactic training to certified nurse midwives, nurse practitioners, and physician assistants?
Yes.
Have you also conducted research on whether advanced practice clinicians can be trained to safely provide abortion care?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that research?
I was a member of the research team for the Health Workforce Pilot Project, which was conducted in California, where 43 APCs were trained to do aspiration abortions.
What did that research conclude?
It showed that there was no difference between the outcomes of certified nurse midwives, nurse practitioners, and PAs and physicians.
And that is no difference in providing abortion care and the safety of.
Correct.
Was this research published in any peer-reviewed medical literature?
Yes, there was an article in the American Journal of Public Health, and I had a follow-up article in the International Journal of Nursing Science.
When was this research published?
2013 and 2014, I believe.
And do you want to confirm?
Yeah, let me confirm. Oh, my article is 2018, sorry.
So during your career, have you published in peer-reviewed literature generally on issues related to advanced practice clinicians, including certified nurse midwives, nurse practitioners, and physician assistants?
Yes.
Can you describe what some of those other publications have been about?
I was part of a team that developed core competencies in sexual and reproductive health. Also, I've published on early pregnancy loss management, simulation, sexual and reproductive health and nursing education, and a lot of articles about midwives performing and supporting the delivery of abortion care.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness before?
No,
Are you being compensated for your time here today?
yes,
And Dr. Levi, are all the opinions you give today to a reasonable degree of nursing and scientific certainty?
yes.
And just quickly going back to your compensation in this case, how much are you being paid?
$350 an hour.
So I want to talk a little bit more about advanced practice clinicians in the U.S. healthcare system in general. How has the involvement of APCs in the U.S. healthcare system evolved in the last decade?
It's become much more prevalent. Advanced practice clinicians particularly serve many underserved communities, rural communities, urban underserved communities, and support clinical care in all facets.
And would you say that's true throughout the U.S.?
Yes.
How has APC training changed over the years?
It's gotten somewhat longer. My nurse practitioner program was a year, and subsequently it's a graduate degree of 2 or 3 years to ensure that the increasing body of medical knowledge is available to clinicians.
And beyond formal education, how do APCs become trained and develop the necessary competency skills to provide care?
Many APCs have on-the-job training, particularly PAs who have a much more general training and then go into a specific area such as emergency medicine, ICU support, surgery support. So that is clearly on-the-job training.
And is this similar to how physicians develop competency in their practice?
Yes.
And is what you described also true for developing competency and providing abortion care?
Yes.
Has it become more common over the last decade for APCs to provide abortion care?
Yes.
What determines or governs the type of clinical care that an advanced practice clinician can provide in a given state?
The scope of practice is delineated by the professional board. In the case of nurse midwives and nurse practitioners, it's the Board of Nursing. Some states actually have a board of midwifery. And that is reflective of accredited educational programs for individuals who've graduated from a program and have passed a certification exam, which is administered by a national body.
Does an APC's education and clinical experience also play a role in determining the types of clinical care they can provide?
Yes. In general, APCs in specialty care will learn a lot in the course of their positions to add to their competency.
And even if an APC does not learn about a type of clinical care during their formal education, are there ways they can develop that competency to provide that clinical care?
Yes, there are workshops and continuing education very similar to what physicians experience.
Is this unique to abortion care, or are there other types of clinical care that APCs might not learn to provide during their formal education, but that they can develop competencies for later?
Yes, yes.
Is it is unique to abortion care or not?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's similar to how physicians develop specific kinds of skills, laparoscopy, where they may not have had a lot of exposure to that during their training, and then go to workshops or specialty organization meetings where they can focus on those skills.
Do the professional guidelines and licensure certification processes that already exist ensure that APCs only provide clinical care within their scope of practice?
Yes.
How so?
So a clinician at the time of graduation from a program needs to have demonstrated the ability to competently provide what we would call basic clinical skill. And then in an employment situation, there is a credentialing process for providing different levels of skill that they might not have learned in school. So oversight of a practicing clinician to ensure competency, And like any clinical practitioner, our ethical and professional guidelines limit the degree to which we can practice outside of our scope. So most individuals who have those kinds of professional degrees understand that there are limits, just like an OBGYN uses a cardiologist and doesn't pretend to be able to provide a level of skill that they don't possess.
And does an APC's license prevent, the requirements around licensure prevent APCs from practicing outside of their competency?
Yes.
How so?
If any clinician of any kind practices outside of their competency or outside of what they're licensed to do, then they can be subject to professional discipline.
Do those professional guidelines and certification processes and everything you just described exist and apply to the provision of abortion care, even if the physician-only law at issue in this case did not exist?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the licensure and scope of practice regulations in Michigan applicable to APCs?
Yes.
What are the requirements to become a certified nurse midwife in Michigan?
Graduation from a program accredited by the Accreditation Commission for Midwifery Education and certification by the American Midwifery Certification Board.
Do you need to be a registered nurse?
Yes.
The additional education you mentioned, does that need to is that a postgraduate program or degree? And how long are those programs for certified nurse midwives?
2 years for a master's degree, 3 years for a doctorate of nursing practice.
And that certification you mentioned, what does that certification process entail?
It's an exam. The requirement to sit the exam is assurance by the educational program that the individual is safe in their clinical practice, and then you can take the certification exam.
Are certified nurse midwives licensed through the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And can certified nurse midwives operate independently in Michigan?
Yes.
What are the requirements to become a nurse practitioner in the state of Michigan?
Similar to nurse midwifery, graduation from a graduate program that's accredited by the organization for that specific nurse practitioner specialty, and a certification exam, again, that's guided by the specialty in which the nurse practitioner will practice.
And that postgraduate program you mentioned, how long are those programs up typically?
2 years for a master's, 3 years for a doctorate of nursing practice.
Are nurse practitioners licensed through the state of Michigan?
Yes.
Can nurse practitioners operate independently in Michigan?
Yes.
And what are the requirements to become a physician's assistant in Michigan?
It's somewhat different because physician assistants are under the direct supervision of a physician. It may not be a physician on site, but again, it's graduation from an accredited program and successful completion of the physician assistant national certification exam.
And that graduate level program you mentioned, how long are physician assistant programs?
2 years.
And are physician assistants licensed through the state of Michigan?
Yes.
And you mentioned that physician assistants don't operate independently, but the supervision a physician might provide for a physician assistant doesn't have to be in person. Is that correct?
Not on site, right.
Dr. Levi, in your opinion, can trained APCs safely provide abortion care?
Yes.
What is the basis of that opinion?
APCs provide miscarriage management and the ability to manage a miscarriage is very much like the ability to manage a first trimester abortion, whether with medication or aspiration.
Has the research you conducted on APCs providing abortion care also contributed to your opinion?
Yes.
How so?
Well, our largest study that compared nurse midwife or APCs to physicians showed that there were no difference in outcomes in those two groups.
Dr. Levi, we heard a lot of testimony yesterday about medication abortion, so I want to talk about that for a moment. Are APCs in the state of Michigan permitted to prescribe and oversee the use of mifepristone and misoprostol?
Or miscarriage management, yes.
Are advanced practice clinicians permitted to prescribe those medications for abortion care in other states?
Yes.
Has this become more common in recent years?
Yes, 22 states have medication abortion available to APCs.
Do APCs have the requisite skills and competency to handle the complications associated with medication abortion?
Yes,
And in your opinion, can trained APCs provide medication abortion just as safely as physicians?
yes.
What is this opinion based on?
It's based on research. There's been worldwide research showing the safety of non-physicians for providing medication abortion, which is supported by the World Health Organization, the American Public Health Association, and the American College of OBGYNs.
We also heard a lot of testimony yesterday about aspiration abortion. Are APCs in the state of Michigan permitted to perform aspiration procedures?
Only for miscarriage management.
Are APCs permitted to perform other procedures that are similar to aspiration abortion in the state of Michigan?
Yes, and many that are much more difficult and hazardous.
Can you provide a few examples for the court?
Well, certified registered nurse anesthetists induce anesthesia. Certified nurse midwives attend births and have to have the skills to respond to emergency situations in a birth. We do manual removals of placentas, which require putting your hand inside the uterus, which is a much more invasive procedure than an aspiration cannula.
Are advanced practice clinicians permitted to perform aspiration abortions in other states?
Yes,
Has this become more common in recent years?
yes, 20 other states allow APCs to provide aspiration abortions.
Do APCs have the requisite skills and competency to handle the complications associated with aspiration abortion?
Yes,
And in your opinion, can trained APCs perform aspiration abortion just as safely as physicians?
yes.
What are you basing your opinion on?
It's based on research and also clinical practice. Many Planned Parenthood affiliates have trained APCs to perform aspiration abortions, and they do that skill safely.
The third type of abortion we discussed yesterday was dilation and evacuation abortion. Can APCs be trained to safely provide dilation and evacuation abortions?
They can be trained, yes.
Do APCs have the requisite skills and competency to handle the complications associated with dilation and evacuation abortion?
Yes.
Are you aware of any states that currently allow APCs to perform dilation and evacuation abortions?
I know that there are no limitations on the gestational age for performing D&Es in some states.
For APCs specifically? In your opinion, if an APC has developed the necessary competency to provide second trimester abortion care, can they provide that care just as safely as physicians?
Yes.
What is this opinion based on?
Based on the expectation that, again, an individual will practice within their scope with a skill set that they have been able to competently learn and provide. And in the case of states where there is independent practice authority, where there is no gestational age limitation on the provision of abortion care, the APCs who engage in that care have been trained to competency prior to engaging that practice.
And just to clarify, you're talking about APCs who have trained to provide dilation and evacuation in those states.
Yes,
Do APCs in the state of Michigan perform deliveries?
yes,
Are they trained to handle complications associated with deliveries?
yes.
How do these complications compare to the complications associated with aspiration abortion?
Aspiration abortion complications include bleeding, infection, retained products of conception. Those are all things that are managed in a delivery. There's a lot more blood in the uterus at term than there is in an early pregnancy. And it requires the same kind of medications and the same kind of clinical skill to manage.
Do the complications associated with deliveries, do they happen more frequently than with aspiration abortion, or what's the frequency difference?
They do occur more frequently in the setting of childbirth because it's a much more complicated and physiologically complex experience.
How do the complications associated with childbirth compare to the complications associated with dilation and evacuation abortions?
Generally, D&Es are performed not at the very end of a pregnancy, as is childbirth. And again, there's a completely different physiological scenario at the time of childbirth, much more blood flow to the uterus, much more demand on the cardiovascular system, the potential for certain kinds of developing complications such as preeclampsia or eclampsia. So it's a much more complex physiological picture than what's occurring in the setting of D&E.
And our APCs, are those types of complications you just described, can APCs successfully manage those during labor and delivery?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about APCs care in rural areas. So in your opinion, do APCs expand healthcare access in rural and other medically underserved communities?
Yes, many APCs practice in communities where there is not adequate physician coverage.
In your opinion, do laws like Michigan's physician-only law contribute to abortion provider shortages?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Yeah,
You gotta follow it up with why.
yeah.
I mean, if she sticks a Y at the end of that question or at the beginning, then it's not a leading question. But as it's worded, it's suggesting the answer of yes, and it is a leading question.
I'm going to allow it because I think she's trying to set up asking the why and get that testimony from the witness. So, but go ahead, reframe if you.
Thank you, Your Honor. How does, in your opinion, what is Michigan physicians own a law like Michigan's physician-only law? How might that impact abortion provider shortages?
Having APCs available to provide abortions, particularly in areas where are not sufficient physicians available, provides an opportunity for individuals who have trouble traveling or who have the kinds of complex lives as we all do, to be able to schedule a procedure is much more easily accessed when there's APC coverage in a geographical area.
Based on that answer, do you believe physician-only laws make abortion shortages worse in rural areas?
Definitely the shortage of abortion providers. Yes.
In your opinion, can trained APCs safely provide early abortion care in rural and other medically underserved communities?
Yes.
What is your opinion based on?
First of all, research that, as I mentioned, has been done worldwide in areas where there are not a lot of physicians who can provide this kind of care. And similarly, the role that APCs play in providing much more complex kinds of care in rural areas around the country.
Do APC's ability to safely provide abortion care in rural and other medically underserved communities, does that depend on whether there's a hospital or emergency room nearby?
Many things that happen in rural communities are already at a disadvantage because there are not hospitals nearby. The kinds of complications that are pursuant to early trimester, first trimester abortions are don't need that level of care, a higher level of care. They can be immediately managed within an outpatient clinical facility.
Can trained APCs provide early abortion care in rural and other medically underserved communities just as safely as physicians?
Yes.
What is your opinion based on?
Based on research, and as I mentioned, internationally, this is the standard of care in many communities where there are not a lot of physicians. APCs, midwives, physician assistants, clinical officers, as they're called in many countries, are doing that level of care in a very underserved area.
Does your opinion apply to other clinical care that APCs are qualified to provide?
Yes.
Are you aware of any limits on APCs providing labor and delivery care to women in rural areas?
There are no limitations there.
Are you aware of any limits on APC's practice based on geographic location absent Michigan physician-only law?
No.
Dr. Levi, if experts for the intervening defendants were to testify that allowing APCs to provide abortion care creates patient safety issues because APCs are not sufficiently trained in the recognition and management of abortion complications, would you agree?
No, nurse midwives provide attendance at birth, which has much more risk in terms of complication. And APCs in intensive care units and in surgical units are performing procedures that require very high level of skill that is not even comparable to the need to provide assistance at a first trimester abortion.
Does Michigan's physician-only law, do you have an opinion on whether Michigan's physician-only law burdens a patient's ability to receive abortion care?
The lack of providers for abortion care, particularly in rural communities, is an impediment to people receiving early abortion care.
And in your opinion, does Michigan's physician-only law protect the health of patients seeking abortion care?
I'm not sure how that could be possible.
In your opinion, does Michigan's physician-only law, is it consistent with accepted clinical standards of practice?
In 20 states, 22 states, APCs provide a first trimester abortion care. So it's not consistent with many other jurisdictions.
And in your opinion, is the physician-only law consistent with evidence-based medicine?
No.
Why not?
We have sufficient evidence that APCs can safely perform first trimester abortion care.
Can you describe that type of evidence?
Well, there's the California Health Workforce Pilot Project that compared the outcomes in over 5,000 cases of APCs and physician care. That has been reinforced by studies in other countries and also smaller studies that demonstrate the safety of APCs compared to physicians.
And in coming to this opinion, have you also considered not only the published literature on this topic and the research you just mentioned, but any stated positions of medical organizations?
Yes, the American College of OBGYN, the American Public Health Association, the World Health Association have all reinforced the safety of APCs providing abortion care.
And in your opinion, does Michigan's physician-only law infringe on a patient's autonomous decision-making?
Well, it limits the number of providers that are available for providing abortions. So if the only provider that an individual can access is a physician, that's limiting their ability to seek an abortion because there aren't other places they can go.
I have no further questions for Dr. Levi at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Levi.
Good morning.
I'm Ken Delaz Benson, Assistant Attorney General representing the intervening defendants, and I've got a few questions for you this morning. I'd like to just start with some table setting, if we could. Let's talk about what specifically different types of abortions there are.
They're usually assigned by the trimester in which they occur. So in the first trimester, we use medication for providing an abortion or a suction aspiration. That is sometimes used very early in the second trimester, but also the D&E, as we've talked about today, and induction abortions later in pregnancy.
And so what trimester would induction abortions be used in?
In the second and third trimesters.
And D&Es?
Largely the second trimester.
What would a DNC be, or would there be one?
A DNC refers to a dilatation and curettage with a sharp curette. That's not performed specifically for an abortion. It refers to a clinical maneuver if there are retained products of conception.
All right. And so it's medication and suction aspiration abortions in the first trimester. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And D&E with maybe some suction aspiration abortions in the second
Yes.
trimester. And would it be exclusively labor induction in the third trimester?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your personal experience is with certified nurse midwives, is that correct?
And nurse practitioners and physician assistants.
And how many APCs have you personally trained?
Probably about 20. I provide didactic training in webinars and in classroom situations, so that's a lot more than that. But for the actual clinical skill set, it's probably about 20.
Okay. And where were those trainings conducted?
I've done workshops in and at the University of New Mexico College of Nursing for nurse midwifery and nurse practitioner students. I've also conducted workshops at national meetings of the American College of Nurse Midwives and the National Association of Nurse Practitioners in Women's Health.
But specifically referencing those roughly 20 APCs that you personally trained, where were those?
Well, I guess the question is, to what degree of training you're asking me
My
about?
question, you're changing my question. My question is those 20 APCs that you referenced that you personally trained, where did you train them?
At the University of New Mexico College of Nursing.
All of them there?
All 20 of them, yes.
Now, you indicated that there are roughly 20 or 22, I wasn't sure, I think you said, so roughly 20 or 22 states that allow first trimester abortions, isn't that correct?
Correct. 20 allow aspiration abortions, 22 allow only, so 2 only allow medication abortions. So 22 allow first trimester abortions, with 2 of them not including aspiration abortions.
So it's the majority of states that do not permit APCs to practice abortion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, only 12 states allow APCs to practice surgical abortions. Isn't that correct?
Actually, the number is 20 at this moment in time.
At this moment in time. Okay.
Yes.
When did that change?
It's happened slowly over the last several years. I rely on the Guttmacher Institute and the National Abortion Federation to review the legality, and their current data is 20 states. And I can provide a reference for that if you would like.
Is it true that there is not research assessing whether APCs can be trained to perform DNEs?
That's correct.
So there's no research that has been done to determine whether or not APCs can perform DNC abortions.
D&E
Excuse me,
abortions. Yeah.
DNE abortions.
Yes.
And so when you're speaking generally about studies involving abortion and APCs providing abortion care, you're talking about medication abortions and aspiration abortions.
That's correct.
Now, isn't it true that it is up to the individual APC to assess their clinical proficiency?
Yes,
And so it's the APC that determines if they have the competency to provide a certain procedure.
yes.
And with regard to your own experience,
Mhm.
do you have the competency to provide aspiration or DNC abortions?
No, I have not performed an adequate number to feel as though I am competent in providing that skill.
Now, we talked about, or you talked previously about didactic and skills-based training.
Yes,
Is this essential for an APC to be able to provide an aspiration or medication abortion?
in my opinion, yes.
Are there states like California that require didactic and skills-based training before an APC can provide
Yes,
abortions? And those are good requirements, are they not?
yes,
Now, you also talked about the skills-based training,
Mhm.
and you do simulations, is that correct?
Yes,
And you use fruit in those simulations, is that correct?
yes.
What fruit?
Papayas and dragon fruit.
And do those represent the fetus?
No, they represent the uterus.
Okay, they represent the uterus. And how
Yes.
do you use them?
It's an opportunity to practice the insertion of a cannula and the manipulation of a cannula to remove the contents of the fruit.
And so then the inside of the fruit, what would that represent?
What we call the products of conception. So the embryo, the tissue surrounding it.
Now, I want to be clear who exactly we're talking about when we're talking about APCs.
Mhm.
Are we talking about midwives, just
Certif-
generally?
My experience and expertise is with nurse midwives.
Also known as certified nurse midwives,
Correct.
is that correct? But not just someone who has the title of midwife.
Correct.
Would someone with that title ever be considered an APC?
A midwife.
Mhm.
The use of the title midwife absent nurse midwife varies from state to state. So in some states, certified midwives who are not nurses or midwives who are licensed may be considered APCs within those states, but my expertise is in certified nurse midwifery.
Now, it's true that in medical school, it's based on an intense study of anatomy and physiology with a fair amount of general clinical exposure. Isn't that true?
Yes,
Nurse practitioners have the clinical exposure aspect. Is that true?
yes,
But their training centers on different specialties. Isn't that correct?
nurse practitioners.
Yes.
Generally, yes.
And it's not all institutions that provide training for APCs on abortions, is it? Higher
Correct.
education training.
That's correct.
Can you name how many higher educational institutions provide specifically abortion training for APCs?
It is changing. I know that there are institutions who are incorporating it as we speak. University of Washington, University of Illinois, University of Maryland, and several institutions, University of California at San Francisco, that have included that in their educational programming.
So I heard roughly 4 or 5. I didn't count exactly. But it's not the majority of institutions that train APCs that specifically have abortion training, is it?
Well, the didactic information regarding abortion is part of the expected content of an accredited midwifery education program. So when you say clinical training, I can't affirm that they're also given the opportunity to learn the clinical skill, but the didactic information is required.
Do you have any idea of how many institutions are providing the clinical skills or providing an environment to train for the clinical skills?
Other than the ones I mentioned, I don't have direct information about that.
So again, isn't it true that a vast majority of higher education institutions that train APCs do not train them on the clinical portions of providing an abortion?
I would say right now that is the case.
And that is essential to them being competent to provide abortions, APCs.
At the time of graduation, most APCs who perform abortions have learned how to do it in their job. So many APCs in Planned Parenthood affiliates, for instance, have had that training within their employment setting.
Okay. Now, I want to talk briefly about some of the studies that you cite. You said that, well, you were part of the pilot project in California. What was the name of that? Again, I wrote it down, but I'm not finding it in my notes.
Health Workforce Pilot Project.
Very good. And when did that occur?
Between 2009 and 2012.
And what was the reason that that pilot program was instituted? What caused that to start?
It was designed to assess the quality of outcomes of first trimester aspiration abortions performed by APCs.
And were there any laws that enabled that program?
Not at that time. So it was the California Workforce Pilot Program that enabled that research project to go forward.
And was that enabled by the state of California?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And tell me a little bit more about that study. How were the APCs collected or brought together for that study?
So we recruited APCs from Planned Parenthood and Kaiser Permanente clinics that had sufficient volume of aspiration procedures so that trainees would be able to perform a minimum of 40 procedures in the course of their training. The number 40 was just identified as a procedural number that generally produces muscle memory, so that if someone does 40 procedures, they should be able to reproduce the skill set. And we had some entry requirements. People needed to have already been in clinical practice for a year, had some experience providing abortion care with medication abortions, and had basic life support skills.
It wasn't just basic life support skills, it was certification in basic life support, isn't that correct?
Right, right.
And did these APCs self-select into the study?
Yes.
And how much training did they receive? Was it 12 months of training before performing aspiration abortions?
No, they had to have already worked as an APC for 12 months. And again, have some exposure to the provision of medication abortion, whether they did it themselves or were in a clinic as a supportive clinician for that. They were required to take a didactic online training, online educational experience, and then to pass an exam with a very high outcome. And then they could begin the clinical skill training.
And what was the experience that was required for providing medication abortions?
It varied by the site in which the individual was working. So at that time, there were no prohibitions on APCs providing medication abortion. So it was very much focused on their performance of the aspiration procedures.
And they were compared to physicians, is that correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Those physicians did not have the same standardized training, did they?
That's correct.
Those physicians did not know that they were participating in the study.
Their outcomes were being tracked, so they weren't functioning as learners the way that the APCs were.
And there was no requirement that these physicians provide 40 abortions before you tracked them, was there?
That's correct. But they were practicing independently. So, as is often the case, there is only the clinician's experience that qualifies them to, particularly for physicians, it's only their own willingness and sense of competency that allowed them to provide independently.
And so while the data, and the data regarding the physicians, it was taken from the San Francisco General Hospital, is that correct?
Yes. Mhm.
That's a different setting than a Planned Parenthood clinic, isn't it?
It is an outpatient clinic at San Francisco General Hospital, so it's set up the same way as a Planned Parenthood clinic is.
And you only looked at that one clinic, is that correct?
Or the physician component. Yes.
But you looked at multiple clinics
Yes.
for the APCs, is that
Yes.
correct?
Mhm.
Were there any results that were disqualified of those clinics or APCs that were part of the program?
I'm not sure what you mean by disqualified.
Okay. Give me 1 moment. Let me ask the question a different way. Were there any protocol violations during the study?
On whose part?
Well, were there any patients in the physician group that were excluded?
I don't remember.
Okay. And to be clear, in this study, the APCs were only providing medication and aspiration abortions, correct?
The only outcomes that were tracked were the aspiration abortions. So whether they were providing medication abortions in the context of their employment was not part of the study.
And is it true that the study estimated that there was an additional only one complication for every 120 procedures?
Without having the article in front of me, I can't attest to that. I'm sorry.
Okay. What was the follow-up rate of that study?
In terms of what kind of follow-up with patients, with the
Yes, follow-up with
clinicians,
patients.
it varied based on the setting.
Okay.
And Your Honor, it's going to continue to ask her about specific details about the study and just ask that you find
Your Honor,
Copy of the study?
I do. Can I go ahead and take a 10-minute break? I think if I take a 10-minute break, I can be much more efficient with the use of my time.
Let's go ahead and take a 10, 15-minute recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
District Court of Claims is now in session.
Okay, please be seated. Welcome back, Mr. Asmunson. Are we ready to go?
I am ready to go.
Okay, Dr. Levy, you are, or Ms. Levy, you are still under oath.
Thank you.
So I would like to just ask a couple of questions about the study that you conducted. That was back in 2018, is that correct?
I published a
Published.
study in 2018 based on data from the Health Workforce Pilot Project.
And is it true that one of the conclusions of your study was that the training model described here offers a prototype for competency-based program that can help to address the need for training in abortion care for a broad variety of providers?
Your Honor, I would again ask if he's going to ask specific questions about the study that you provided with the
I
copy.
think she only needs a copy if she needs her recollection refreshed.
You
Okay,
can
let's-
ask her specific questions about data points and what is actually said in the study. Why?
I can ask her what her conclusions were in the study, and if this was one of her conclusions. There's no requirement that I show the witness a document unless they don't
So-
have a recollection.
I think that I'm going to let him ask the question, and if she indicates that she needs to have her recollection refreshed, then I'll have him give her the study.
Without having it in front of me, that if you're reading from the study, that's what it says.
I mean, is that a wildly incorrect statement?
No.
Is that a statement that you would affirm?
Yes,
And so the training models that were described in that study are very important, aren't they?
yes,
And you were advocating in that study that those training models be adopted broadly. Isn't that true?
no, I think we were advocating for that as a model that could be used.
And you would want this model to be adopted, isn't that correct?
It is a model that could be used.
Now, in the development of medicine and law, what changes first typically, the law or the medicine?
I do believe it is the medicine.
And of the 22 states, how many of those states had court orders changing the law?
I don't know.
These are policy decisions that states make, aren't they?
Well, they're policy decisions about medical practice. And in my opinion, professions should not be regulating one another. That those decisions should come from within the profession and not be imposed from outside.
All right. But there are different jurisdictional requirements that are placed upon the practice of medicine, isn't that true?
In terms of state practice acts, I believe that is what you're referring to.
And doctors and APCs must take those into account in the practice of medicine, isn't that true?
Correct, although I prefer the term clinical practice. Nursing practice is not the same as medicine.
I apologize for my imprecision there. But it's true that jurisdictional requirements are things that have to be taken into account.
Yes,
Are you familiar with the safety and quality of abortion care in the United States? I believe it's a book put out by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine.
yes.
And do you recall what they stated was the research that they found on APCs?
Yes,
What was it?
that it was insufficient for them to make, that there was no research to support their recommendations in some areas.
Do you recall what those areas were?
I would have to look at it again. It's a 7-year-old document.
And because this is a 222-page document, which is I print off the relevance. If you would like the
I would
full,
Are you going to show that witness?
I have one copy of the 220. There's only one page. So whoever you would like to have the 222 page document can have that. There's only one page that I intend to use.
The witness should have the folder.
Okay. And then
Is
you
this
have,
in the flash drive that you've given me?
it is, but I'm not going to be admitting it. I'm just using it to refresh your recollection. So I'm not asking you
Okay.
to review it.
Yes. Thank you.
If you can turn to page, do you see exhibit DA at the bottom?
Yes,
And there's page number of 223.
yes,
Can you go to page 31 of 223?
yes,
Do you see the title section availability of providers?
yes.
Can you just read that to yourself?
Mhm, mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, the committee did not find research assessing whether APCs can also be trained to perform D&Es.
Okay. Now, I'll just go ahead and take that back.
Mhm.
May I approach? I'm going to present you with another study. Do you recognize this study?
Yes, this is the initial study from the Health Workforce Pilot Project.
And is this a study that you consulted with in formulating your opinions today?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about this study.
What
Your Honor,
specific?
I would ask the opposing counsel mark this as an exhibit, state the name of the study.
I can go ahead and state the name of the study. It's Safety of Aspiration Abortions Performed by Nurse Practitioners, Certified Nurse Midwives, and Physician Assistants under a California legal waiver. If you give me just a minute, this was an exhibit that was marked by the plaintiffs. And give me just one moment because I thought that it printed off with their exhibit marking on the bottom, but I see that it didn't. So if you give me just a moment, I will confirm which exhibit that was.
Did you say this was one of plaintiffs?
It was marked as one of plaintiff's exhibits, and I thought that it printed with their thing. It is exhibit 168.
Okay,
I apologize for the delay. I
it's okay.
could have sworn that it was on the bottom of the document itself, but apparently I clicked the wrong option that excluded that when it printed. All right. So this is plaintiff's exhibit 168. And I would like to just talk about this study. You're familiar with the study, is that correct?
Yes.
And I would like to proceed to page 1617 in the Bates number at the bottom. I guess there's also a page number 30, whichever is easier for you to follow.
I'm not seeing those page numbers on what
There's-
you've given me.
Okay,
Can you use the page numbers from the journal itself?
sure.
Are you going to be asking that this exhibit be admitted as evidence?
I am not. You know what? I handed you the wrong exhibit.
Oh.
I apologize. '26.
Oh.
Can you identify this one?
Yes.
This is Plaintiff's Exhibit 126. What is this particular study?
This was a study published before the publication of the HWPP study that looked at abortion providers who were not physician from international sites.
All right. And is this one of the studies that you relied upon in your testimony that was elicited on direct regarding international
Yes.
provision of abortion services by APCs?
Yes.
All right. Now I would like you to turn to the page that is marked 30. Do you see those page numbers? I think now we have actually the same document in front of us.
Yes.
All right. Do you see the overall completeness and acceptability of the evidence section?
Yes.
What were some of the limitations of this study?
The fact that there were not randomized controlled trials, and that there are other studies limited by imprecision, as well as by biases inherent to the study design.
What were some of the other limitations of the study?
I'm just reading this from the article that studies on the surgical termination of pregnancy included women up to 15 weeks of gestation. However, women actually recruited had an average gestational age of 7 weeks and less than 10 weeks, leaving few data for the later first trimester.
And so why would that be important to note in this study?
It's just what study authors do to allow readers to understand the limitations of the study conclusions.
Okay. Go ahead and continue. What were some of the other limitations?
Mortality has been shown to increase with increasing gestational age, particularly above 8 weeks. Women undergoing surgical termination of pregnancy had access to care for complications, and women undergoing medical termination of pregnancy resided within 90 minutes of the study site. The extrapolation of these data to care in the second trimester, medical or surgical, or to settings without access and referral for emergency care options may not be appropriate. No comparative study assessed active management of miscarriage.
Okay, so again, this study is only looking at first trimester abortions. Is that correct?
That was the intent of the study, which was published 15 years ago.
Okay. And it also looked at individuals who resided within 90 minutes
Yes, that is what they
of
say.
the study site.
That is what it says.
What would one of the reasons for that 90-minute radius be?
I don't know. They may have only been able to access studies that had that kind of information. It may be that the study sites, that they weren't able to identify study sites that were farther away than 90 minutes. They're just saying what the limitations of the studies they reviewed are.
Could it also be for the safety of the study participants?
I can't make that determination from this declaration.
In your experience, from a first trimester abortion, is hemorrhage a possible risk?
Yes,
When hemorrhage occurs, is it important to seek prompt medical treatment?
yes, but that usually occurs in the site where the abortion is happening.
And-
So
But you
that-
said usually, not always.
there are very rare instances when there's hemorrhage after the abortion, but most of the time it occurs within the site of the procedure itself.
Now, for medication abortion, hemorrhage is also a possibility, isn't that true?
Mhm.
And if someone were to take the medication in a remote area,
Mhm.
they could experience a hemorrhage in that remote area and potentially not have access to emergency care. Isn't that true?
Um, the amount of bleeding that occurs in a hemorrhage is usually managed by the use of medications that are readily available in any site that provides abortions. So the idea that you need to be within 90 minutes of a tertiary care center is not applied in the same way that it would be, for instance, childbirth, where, as I mentioned, there's a lot more blood going on in the uterus than at the time of an abortion. So the hemorrhage is of varying quantities of blood and requires varying responses to bleeding.
You have conducted no study for how many APCs are available or interested in practicing abortion care in Michigan, have you?
No. Mm-mm.
What would you say the minimum requirements are for an APC to provide abortion care?
To have had appropriate training to be able to add that to their scope of practice.
And what would that appropriate training include?
Didactic information and clinical skill practice.
Some basic physiology as well?
Yes, that's part of the didactic training.
Understanding that problems can arise and how to respond to them.
Yes,
It's important for them to know any jurisdictional requirements. Is that
Yes.
correct? And that means state laws,
yes,
that medical requirements, the actual medical requirements for performing whatever procedure is performed.
yes,
And then the clinical portion, to be able to perform aspiration abortions.
yes,
And to be clear, your study only looked at aspiration abortions,
that's
correct?
correct.
I have one point of clarification. Are you talking about, which study are you talking about?
Which study, when we're talking about your study, which study are we talking about?
The health workforce pilot project.
Okay, thank
In
you.
In
California?
California.
All right. Now, I would like to go back just real briefly to exhibit 168 of plaintiffs. I believe you still have a copy of that. I will present the witness with a copy of that. May I approach?
Okay. Thank you.
Do you recognize this study?
Yes,
Did this study form any or help inform your opinions today?
yes.
What was the subject matter of this particular study?
This is the study that I referred to earlier of the advanced practice clinicians providing aspiration abortions.
And was this also a California study?
Yes,
Who was the lead author?
Tracy Weeks.
And Were you a part of this study?
I was the educational consultant.
Were you one of the authors of the study?
No.
Okay.
There were too many other people in line to be author.
I would like to go through, let's turn to page 460, or excuse me, 456. And actually, no, we're going to skip a little further. 458. Do you see the discussion heading there?
Yes.
And if you go to the last paragraph in that section, go ahead and read that paragraph. You don't have to read it out loud.
So
It starts, our study was designed.
that's second paragraph.
I'm sorry. All right.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
So is it true that based on this study, which was looking at the same California program that you were involved in, correct?
That's correct.
They estimated that only one complication would occur for every 120 procedures as a consequence of having NPs, CMPs, and PAs as the abortion provider. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that's 1 in 120. And that would be a significant enough risk that it should be disclosed to the patient, isn't it?
Yes.
If you go to page 459, well, I guess, do you recall what some of the limitations were of this particular study?
I can refer to what's published here.
Mhm.
Which actually,
So I guess if I direct you to the third column on that page, just into the first paragraph, it says a limitation the study is that it's non-randomized design.
That's correct.
And although the use of propensity score matching allowed for statistical adjustments to address this limitation. Additionally, what are those statistical adjustments?
Actually, I'm not following where you are reading.
Do you see the paragraph in the third column on page 459 that starts the strengths?
Yes.
The second sentence is a limitation.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was
And
not sure where
so
you were.
it talks about the non-randomized design, and we've
Right.
already kind of addressed that.
Right.
The APCs knew that they were going to be a part of that study. Isn't that the
That's correct.
randomization? So there was no randomization. And in
As
fact,
did the patients.
as did the patients. And in fact, the APCs largely worked at Planned Parenthood clinics. Is that correct?
And Kaiser
Kaiser.
Permanente.
And Kaiser Permanente.
Mhm.
And if the study had a success, then there's the possibility that they could be permanently permitted to practice abortions and expand their practice area. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so they would have an incentive to ensure that they were doing the best job possible in this particular context. Isn't that the case?
Possibly.
Whereas the physicians already could perform that and they basically didn't have anything to prove. Isn't that correct?
Probably.
Okay. Additionally, this study had a low follow-up rate. Isn't that correct?
Yes. That's what's
In
printed.
fact, the follow-up rate was 70%.
Mhm.
And so it states here this was not unexpected because of the sensitive nature of abortions. So there's the possibility that not all of the complications were caught because the follow-up rate was 70%.
The follow-up occurred over a longer period of time. So most of the complications that occurred pursuant to a first trimester abortion occur immediately. So there, after 14 days, the idea of a complication has other reasons to be a complication and may not be related to the abortion.
But if there was retained products of pregnancy,
That's known pretty quickly.
if there's an infection from small amounts, that can take some time to develop. Is that true?
Not much time, no. People will have a fever or have bad smelling discharge pretty quickly.
But they might not know what the cause was.
They've had a procedure and they've had information about what to look for following a procedure that could indicate that there was a complication. So it's generally pretty immediate. Certainly within the first week.
But it's not always that case.
Correct, but the follow-up period that they are talking about is 14 to 28 days. So it's very uncommon for there to be an abortion-related complication between 14 and 28 days after the abortion has occurred.
But again, that's not impossible.
It's not impossible.
And again, it states here that a further limitation of the study is that the healthcare provider who initially identified a complication was not blinded to the type of provider who performed the abortion. I think we talked about that already, and that the patients and the providers knew that they were part of this study, at least for the APC portion. Is that correct?
Yes, but it may be a different provider who responded to a complication. So if it's happening immediately after the procedure, obviously the provider is there. If it's a patient that went home and had a problem, they may or may not know. The follow-up provider may or may not know who provided the abortion.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any of the other defendants in the case have any questions for Dr. Levi, sorry, please.
Need an appearance.
Yes, please.
Good morning, Christopher Braverman on behalf of Marlon Brown, who is the Director of the Michigan Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Levi. As you may have just picked up, I represent the Director of Michigan's Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs. That is the Michigan state agency that regulates and licenses medical professionals in the state. So I'd like to really just ask a few questions focusing on the licensing aspect of your testimony and just confirm a few things for the record. Is it correct that your testimony today is that all licensed health professionals, that is everybody from APCs that you've talked about to dentists to veterinarians, have to comply with their state's specific licensing rules for their profession?
Yes.
And that in Michigan, that includes a requirement not to practice outside the scope of their license.
I'm sorry, that's correct.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Just want to make sure the record is clear. And that means then that if a licensee in Michigan has no training to perform a particular treatment or practice, that doing so would constitute practice outside the scope of their license.
Yes.
And it would potentially subject them to discipline by the state's licensing agency.
Yes.
Now, if they develop, however, competency to perform a task through training and education and all of those things, then they would be able to engage in that conduct and stay within the scope of their license.
Yes.
So if Michigan's statute that has been referred to maybe as the physician-only rule did not exist, is it correct that APCs would still need to possess the necessary competency and skill in order to perform the type of abortion care that you have testified about today?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about APCs needing to judge their own competency to perform certain tasks and procedures. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that yes, generally an APC would need to make that judgment, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that in making that judgment, each APC would know that they are potentially subjecting themselves to licensing discipline if it is later determined that they did not have that competency,
Yes.
including potentially losing their license to practice in their profession?
Yes.
Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Do any of the other defendants have any questions for Dr. Levi? Okay, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Levi, why isn't there research looking at APCs providing dilation and evacuation abortions?
There aren't a lot of opportunities for APCs to learn that skill. And I think that's probably a big part of it.
Since the National Academy's study was published in 2018 that you were asked about, are you aware of APCs providing DNAs safely and effectively?
Yes.
And in states where abortion is illegal, can APCs provide abortion?
Illegal?
Sorry, yes, illegal.
No.
Any of the 38 states that don't allow APCs to provide abortion, do they also prohibit doctors from providing abortion?
Yes.
Turning to the California study you were asked about, did your California study look at whether APCs could accurately assess their competency to perform abortions?
Yes.
And what did the study find?
That the clinical preceptor identified the clinician as competent before the clinician identified themselves as being competent.
Turning to some of the didactic training that you've provided to abortion or to APCs, why you were asking questions on cross about the use of fruit. Why do you use fruit to train?
The fruits I mentioned, papayas and dragon fruit, approximate the size of a pregnant uterus, and in using a cannula to remove the pulp inside of the fruit, it provides an opportunity for someone manipulating the cannula to feel what the vacuum pressure is necessary and how to manipulate the cannula to ensure that they've removed all of what's inside of the fruit.
Dr. Levi, if someone were to claim that it's not safe for advanced practice clinicians to provide abortion care unless there are laws in place mandating specific training for abortions, like in California, would you agree?
Well, I think the basic principle of an individual knowing their scope of practice and understanding the importance of competency in performing a procedure is adequate. As we've discussed with other kinds of skills that aren't necessarily, the training of which are not necessarily mandated in any way, people do those things all the time. Yeah, sorry.
And does that scope of practice already exist here in Michigan?
Yes, the APCs provide miscarriage management, which, as we've discussed, is the same basic skills as required for management of a first trimester abortion.
You were asked a number of questions about the National Academy of Sciences report. I believe that's Exhibit DA. Do you still have that in front of you?
No. It went
Uh,
away.
Is it
No,
under, okay,
What was the title? Sorry.
DA, the National Academy?
the 220-page one.
Yeah. Can I get the full report? May I approach?
Thank you.
So I believe you were asked questions about page 31 of that study.
Yes.
What did the committee conclude about whether APCs can provide medication and aspiration abortion?
APCs can provide medication and aspiration abortion safely and effectively.
Turning back to your California study, you were asked about methods and study design questions like that. Were the methods and study designs used in that study evaluated by the peer reviewers who reviewed the study before publication?
Yes.
And what did they conclude about whether this study was appropriately designed?
The fact that it was published is evidence that it was adequate.
Can you elaborate on that? Why does that mean it's adequate?
As a peer reviewer, the expectation is that all aspects of the research are examined prior to publication, which then enters the information into the public view. And it's both the reputation of the journal and the authors to ensure that what is available to the public is reliable and well-researched.
And do you have any experience reviewing studies, peer-reviewed studies, and study design like you just described?
Yes.
What can you briefly describe that experience?
I'm on the editorial board of an international journal called Midwifery, and also the Asian Journal of Midwifery, evidence-based midwifery. And I'm a peer reviewer for the American Journal of, the Journal of Midwifery and Women's Health Issues, and a variety of other journals.
And in your experience as a member of those editorial boards, if a study was poorly designed, would it be published?
No. Not
And if-
without, excuse me.
No, go ahead.
No, the answer is no.
If someone were to claim based on the research that you conducted that APCs cannot perform abortions as safely as physicians unless there's some regulatory framework in place that is similar to the selection criteria of that California study, would you agree?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question?
If someone were to say that based on the study you
Mhm.
did, the California study, APCs should not be allowed to perform abortions or could not perform abortions as safely as physicians unless there were rules in place that were similar to the selection criteria that you all used in that study. Would you agree?
No.
Why not?
A research study creates parameters to ensure that variables are manageable and that all the potential outcomes are accounted for. And particularly in this study in which we created a very specific educational process, it enabled us to identify all of the participants as being as equal as possible. So we wanted to make sure that everybody had the same educational preparation prior to the study so that we could say the outcomes weren't affected by differences in approach to education.
I want to turn back to Exhibit 126, the Renner study that you were asked about. Do you still have that in front of
No,
you?
I'm sorry, I don't.
May I approach you?
Thank you.
When was this study published? Can you remind us?
2012.
Sitting here today in 2025, is there evidence supporting the view that is there increased evidence supporting the view that APCs can provide abortion care just as safely as physicians?
Yes.
Is there a lot of evidence? How would you describe that?
There are several studies that have been published both since then and since the National Academies study was published.
And what has that research generally concluded about the safety of APC, the ability for APCs to safely provide abortion care?
It's reinforced that they can be safe clinical providers of that care.
You were also asked about hemorrhage in remote areas in connection with the runner study. Can women who choose to carry pregnancies to term experience hemorrhage in rural areas?
Yes.
And when doctors provide abortion in rural areas, can patients also experience hemorrhage?
Yes.
How is that managed?
Immediately with medication, sometimes a reaspiration of the uterus is required. Particularly if it's just been done, then the equipment is all available. And patients are generally given medication to continue contraction of the uterus to prevent ongoing bleeding.
Is that any different to how an APC could manage a hemorrhage?
No.
Looking at the introduction section on the first page of this runner study, what were some of the general conclusions of this study?
That although the evidence was limited at that time, that what they refer to as mid-level providers are effective and safe providers of first trimester surgical and medical termination of pregnancy.
And what did the authors mean when they said that the evidence was limited?
In 2012, there weren't a lot of studies that had been performed to assess the safety and efficacy of APCs providing first trimester abortion care.
What do the authors in this study say about access to abortion in APCs?
They make the connection between increased numbers of providers to increasing access to abortion services.
I want to turn to Exhibit 168. Do you still have that in front of you? This is the wheat study.
Yes.
Did the level of experience of doctors in this study have any impact on the complication outcomes?
No.
How not? Why not?
Most of the physicians in this study had been physicians for a while. And so they had been performing abortions for a while. They weren't new trainees in abortion care.
How experienced were the APCs in this study?
They were required to have a year of clinical experience that included at least 3 months of provision of medication abortion. And as I mentioned, certification and basic life support.
So do you have an opinion on whether the complication rates were more similar in comparing inexperienced APCs to inexperienced physicians?
No, because the physicians in the study were experienced physicians.
You were asked some questions on cross about this study that seemed to imply that doctors and APCs in the studies changed the type of care provided because of their investment in the outcome. Did that happen based on your knowledge?
Not based on my knowledge, no.
I have no further questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Redirect or recross?
Very briefly, Your
Um, I just want clarification because I thought I heard you say that 38 states prohibit abortion, but I think it's only 12 that have a total abortion ban. Is that correct?
That's correct. I didn't say that.
Okay, did your, it seemed to be implied by the question from your attorney, though. Do you remember that?
She asked the question and used that number. I didn't correct her.
Okay. What would be the correct number of states that prohibit abortion entirely, or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. 38's though high, isn't it?
Yes,
Would 12 seem closer to,
yes.
Okay.
Yes, without consulting other information.
of course. Now, an appropriately designed study does not mean that the study has no limitations, isn't that correct? Even an appropriate,
Correct. Even an appropriately designed study has limitations.
and those limitations must be taken into account when you are relying on that study, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
It doesn't mean that the study is fundamentally flawed necessarily, just that you must take those limitations into account when analyzing the study or relying on the study.
that's correct.
Now, you indicated that there were further studies after the Renner study that reinforced that APCs can provide abortion care. Was that internationally?
Yes,
And you had testified earlier, though, that to your knowledge, there were no studies that provided that or that had researched whether or not APCs could provide D&E abortions.
not to my knowledge.
None of those studies analyzed that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so when we're talking about abortion generally, we need to talk more specifically about APCs. Isn't that true? Because we only have studies based on medication and first trimester aspiration abortions. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And you have testified that you know of APCs that could be competent to perform DNCs, but there has not been enough of them to actually conduct a study. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And don't we have that same potential issue with opening up the ability for APCs to provide abortion care, specifically medication and aspiration abortions? We don't know specifically how many people would want to provide that service who are
Right.
APCs. You haven't studied that.
No,
And so as applied to Michigan, is it kind of the idea that if we build it, they will come?
we do have a study in Colorado that has demonstrated in Colorado that there are APCs who want to provide abortions. There's also a study out of New England that in the last couple of years that also demonstrates that there are APCs who would like to provide abortions.
But none in Michigan.
No, I am not aware of any studies in Michigan.
And are there facilities? Never mind. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Levi. You are excused. Now, we are at 11:17. Do we want to call the next witness, or would it be preferable to take a break now and come back at 12:30? Okay, let's go ahead. Call your next witness. Actually, nope, go ahead.
All right, good morning. Hillary Schneller from the Center for Reproductive Rights for the plaintiffs, and we call Dr. Antonia Biggs to the stand. Hi.
Swear or affirm on the family of perjury that the testimony.
Yes. Good morning, Dr. Biggs. Do you want to pour yourself some water before we get started? Thank you. And can you just state and spell your full name for the record?
My name's Antonia Biggs.
Do you want to
spelled-
also pull the microphone closer?
My name is Antonia Biggs, and it's spelled Antonia, last name Biggs, Biggs. My first name is actually Maria, but I go by Antonia Biggs, so M. Antonia Biggs.
And where are you currently employed?
I am a professor at the University of California, San Francisco, in the Department of OBGYN, in a program called Advancing New Standards in Reproductive Health, also known by the acronym of ANSWER.
And that acronym is ANISIRH. Is that right?
ANSIRH, correct.
And what is ANSWER?
ANSWER is a multidisciplinary group of researchers who conduct rigorous research in reproductive healthcare. We're one of the leading research organizations in the country that focuses on reproductive health research, including abortion research. And it's also where the HWPP study that we just heard about was led from ANSWER.
And what do you do at ANSWER?
So I'm currently the acting director of ANSWER, and I am a professor there, and I lead studies related to abortion and access to abortion. And also I've done some contraceptive studies. So I am a researcher.
What is your discipline?
So my background is in psychology. I have a PhD in psychology with a focus in social psychology.
And can you briefly explain what social psychology is?
So social psychology is a very broad field that sort of is defined by the psychology of how people behave in groups, a group being one person with, it could be as small as 2 people to larger groups. And my focus has always been in the intersection of reproductive health and mental health.
And you mentioned that you're a researcher.
Correct.
And so you are not a clinician.
I am not a clinician. I do not have clinical training.
Okay, and then I am going to give out my binder of documents, most of which we will not use.
I have to read.
And may I
tell if I
approach?
have to- Yes.
All right, so when you're ready, if you could turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 25, which has already been admitted. And what is this document?
This is my CV.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a couple more questions about your work experience and education.
Mhm.
So how long have you been a researcher at ANSWER?
I've been at ANSWER since 2013.
And what did you do prior to being at ANSWER?
So I've always been at UCSF so I've been at UCSF since 1998. And in 2013, I joined ANSWER.
And what research methodologies do you use?
So I am a mixed methods researcher, which means I use both quantitative methods and qualitative methods in my work, depending on the study design and research questions.
And can you briefly explain what qualitative and quantitative are and how do they differ?
Sure. So from a very basic sense, qualitative methods usually involves a smaller number of participants where you do in-depth interviews or focus groups and you analyze the data qualitatively, meaning that you analyze the sort of emerging themes that come from those interviews or focus groups. And quantitative methods imply usually means where you quantify, as in like as coming up with numeric estimates, use statistical methods, and you are working with numbers essentially.
And are both methods valuable?
They are both valuable, yes.
And what is your field of expertise? What does your research focus on?
So I have been mostly interested, or I do everything related to abortion access and the burden of accessing abortion, and my interests have really been in that intersection of reproductive health care and mental health. So much of my work is focused on abortion and mental health, looking at whether or not abortion causes mental health, and also looking at the mental health implications of care seeking and abortion denial and overcoming obstacles to care.
And do you stay current on the literature in that field?
Yes.
How?
So as a researcher, I lead studies and publish in peer review journals. And that requires writing grants and writing your papers, and that always requires staying up to date in the literature and writing your grant. You need to know what the state of the literature is, as well as in your papers. I also attend professional conferences and meetings. I present, I listen to presentations, and I am working at a university where I'm surrounded by colleagues that I'm constantly learning from, hearing their presentations, brown bags.
And you mentioned your research has been published in peer-reviewed journals. So approximately how many articles do you have in peer-reviewed journals?
So I have in my, I think my 100 right now, I think I have 117 publications, as well as I also have some book chapters and editorials, but from peer review journals, about 117.
And some of those articles are on the mental health effects of abortion, correct? And can you give a few examples of the journals in which you've published?
So I've published in a wide range of journals, including JAMA Psychiatry, Perspectives in Sexual Reproductive Health, Reproductive Health Matters, BMC Women's Health, BMJ, lots of different, Plus One, has lots of different journals.
And have you been involved in the editorial boards of any journals?
I was on the editorial board of BMC Women's Health for a few years.
And have you served as a peer reviewer for any journals?
Yes, I have peer reviewed many articles for many different journals.
And what does it mean to be a peer reviewer?
A peer reviewer means usually a journal editor will contact you and invite you to review a paper. They pick you based on your expertise and knowledge in the content area. You review the strengths and limitations of an article, provide recommendations for publication or not publication, or give feedback on how the article can be improved.
And how often are you serving as a peer reviewer?
I do about 12 a year, about once a month.
Are you involved in any professional associations?
I am. I'm a member of the Society of Family Planning, and I've been a member of the American Psychological Association.
And you testified that your field of expertise, the focus of your research is abortion and mental health. Can you elaborate a little bit on your research in that area?
So one of sort of the more important studies that I've been involved in looking at abortion mental health was one called the Turnaway Study. In my work there, I published several papers related to abortion denial, and subsequent mental health outcomes.
And so we'll talk in a little more detail about the Turnaway Study, but were you personally involved in that study?
I was personally involved. I was a co-investigator on that study.
And can you describe a little bit more what your role was in the Turnaway Study?
So the Turnaway Study examined the consequences of abortion denial on a host of different outcomes, so financial, physical, and mental health. And my role was to lead the papers related to mental health.
And what did that involve?
So I joined the study when they were sort of towards the end of data collection. And at that point, I was conducted data analyses and the publications related to abortion and mental health.
And does your research address decisional certainty about abortion?
Yes.
And can you explain, what does decisional certainty mean?
So in the work that I've been involved in, and that in the context of abortion care, decisional certainty refers to at the time of seeking abortion, whether this is a decision of something that, how certain you are whether or not this is something that you want. It's a common metric that's also used in a variety of healthcare settings for a variety of procedures.
And does your research also address decisional rightness in the context of abortion?
Yeah, so the Turnaway study, also one of the important things that it looked at was whether people who had an abortion felt that the abortion was the right decision for them after they'd had an abortion.
And are you familiar with the research on abortion and regret?
Yes,
Did the Turnaway study also address?
yes.
And are you familiar with research on intimate partner violence and abortion access?
Yes, so the Turnaway study also looked at, and I have published on the role of abortion and abortion denial on intimate partner violence.
And is there any peer-reviewed literature regarding the impact of state mandated delay laws on patients seeking abortion care?
Yes,
And are you familiar with that
Yes.
research? Right. So you were asked to provide expert opinions in this case, right?
mhm,
And are you being compensated for your work on this case?
yes,
What is your hourly rate?
$300 an hour.
And so what did you do to prepare your opinions in this case?
So I started out with my knowledge of the literature and summarized my knowledge of the literature, and also did a review of to see whether anything more recent has come out, any new things, and summarized my opinion about the current law.
And did you also review Dr. Wibbenhorst's declaration?
I did.
And some of the studies that she cited?
Yes.
So if you could turn in your binder to Plaintiff's Exhibit 1, which has also already been admitted. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
So this is the law being, one of the laws being challenged in this case. What do you understand the law to require?
So my understanding is that the law requires mandated materials and information, and as well as a mandatory 24-hour delay.
And are you aware of what some of the mandated materials must include?
Yes.
Can you give me an example?
So of course, being someone who's interested in mental health, one of the things that struck me is that there's in the materials, it says something about sort of warning people that people who have an abortion, something to the extent of the people who have an abortion are likely to experience sadness, regret, and depression, which struck me because it doesn't seem like a very evidence-based statement.
Okay, well, we will get more into that. So let's talk a little bit more first about the Turnaway study. So can you sort of set up what the study was, how it was designed?
So the Turnaway study is a really groundbreaking study. I will say it really improved on many of the methodological shortcomings that had existed before it, in that it's a study that compared people who had an abortion just below a facility's gestational limit and compared them to people who were denying abortion because they were just above a facility's gestational limit. So it takes those two groups of people, so people who had an abortion, people who were denying abortion, and followed them for 5 years, interviewing them every 6 months for 5 years. So the innovation in the Turnaway study is its comparison group of people denying abortion, because they were very similar to the people who had an abortion. So there we were able to map whether or not people's trajectories changed over that at the moment of having or being denied abortion, and seeing what people's trajectories were in terms of their mental health, financial well-being, physical health, and a host of other things.
And approximately how many people were recruited at the beginning of the study?
956 women were recruited, so nearly 1,000.
And the Turnaway study has been described as a longitudinal cohort perspective study. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So I'll break down each of those. So longitudinal means that it followed people out over time. So it's a 5-year longitudinal study. It's a prospective study, meaning that we measure people at each point in time and ask them about their, in the case of mental health, we ask them about their mental health symptoms at that time. So these are not retrospective measures. We're not asking them about their mental health 10 years ago. We're asking them at that moment. And the cohort means it's the same cohort of people that we followed over the 5-year period.
And so where were the 956 people recruited from?
So they were recruited at abortion facilities, at 30 different abortion facilities located in 20 US states.
And in your opinion, are the pregnant people who participated in the Turnaway study representative of the population of people seeking abortion in the US?
Yes, so so we compared the demographic characteristics of the people who participated to national data on people who have abortions and found that they had similar demographic characteristics, which suggesting that it was representative. The one area where they were different from the typical people who have abortions in the US is that we had we oversampled for people who sought abortion later in pregnancy. So we had many more people seeking abortion in the second trimester than is typical for national US data.
And why was that oversampling
So
done?
this was inherent, a critical part of the study design. We really sought to come up with two groups. So two groups of people who had an abortion and people who didn't have an abortion. So those denied, who were as similar as possible. And so we picked that abortion denial group due to gestational limits as the comparison group. And we wanted to compare them to people who were as close as possible to them. So we also picked people just under a gestational limit as the abortion group. So that just meant that we were interviewing people who are later in pregnancy than is typical. We also had another group, which we called the first trimester group, to see to what extent those experiences of people seeking care later in pregnancy might be different than people who seek care more typically in the first trimester. And also found that they were actually very similar in terms of their outcomes.
And what were the key findings of the Turnaway study in terms of mental health outcomes for people seeking abortion care?
So we looked at many different mental health outcomes. If I can remember all, we looked at depression, clinically significant cases of depression, just depression symptoms, anxiety, suicidal ideation, post-traumatic stress, self-esteem. And I think that might be it. And what we found on all of those outcomes, people who had an abortion and people who were denying abortion were similar, with the exception of anxiety, stress, and self-esteem. So it was not, contrary to what we had heard before from policymakers, it was not the abortion, it wasn't the people who had an abortion who were worse off from a mental health perspective. It was people who were denying abortion. So folks who were denied an abortion experienced more anxiety, more stress, and lower self-esteem at that time of being denied an abortion. And those symptoms extended for about a 6-month period. And then for the rest of the 5 years that we followed them, there were no differences between the two groups.
And did the Turnaway study find, though, that there were certain factors in a pregnant person's life that were associated with experiencing adverse mental health outcomes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so while we found that abortion did not lead to adverse mental health outcomes, we did find, consistent with other research, that people who have a history of mental health conditions or have a history of trauma and abuse are more likely to experience adverse mental health symptoms post-abortion seeking. So this is no different than you would find in any population. Those are always the folks who are at greater risk of experiencing adverse mental health outcomes.
And did the Turnaway study look at people's experiences with counseling?
So one of the things that we looked at is we asked people how helpful abortion counseling was for them. And we found that people who had been exposed to mandated counseling materials reported that they found the counseling less helpful than people who were not exposed to mandated counseling materials.
And what were some of the strengths of the Turnaway study? You've referenced comparison groups, so you can.
So there were lots of strengths in that. So one is like it had, I can't overemphasize how great that comparison group was, and that, you know, it's really, really hard. You know, a randomized trial is considered sort of gold standard, but in a case with like abortion, you can't do that. So this is sort of the next best thing where you really want to have two groups that are as similar as possible on all characteristics, with the exception of the characteristic that you're trying to measure, which here we're looking at abortion. So the two groups were really, really similar in every measure. And so that was a huge strength. The fact that it was prospective, the fact that was a strength, as well as that it was representative of the national population. We, you know, recruited people all over the US. We had a large sample size. We used validated measures, which means we measured mental health and other things using measures that have been used in other studies and have been validated to show that they are good at valid measures of the thing that you're trying to measure. We controlled for you know, we took into account people's previous history of mental health conditions and other potential confounding factors. So those are just some of them.
And to your knowledge, is the Turnaway study well respected in the field?
Yeah, so the Turnaway study has won probably the biggest award that it has won is that the principal investigator, Diana Green Foster, last year was awarded a MacArthur Genius Grant for her work with the Turnaway study because it's considered so groundbreaking. We've also published over 50 peer review publications and journals. Dr. Foster also published a book called The Turnaway Study. So it has received awards and is widely accepted as rigorous research in the scientific community.
And that said, are you aware of critiques of the Turnaway study?
I am. So, you know, as we've heard already today, every study has its strengths and its limitations. And like all studies, the Turnaway study also has some limitations that have been critiqued. I think last year there was a publication that wrote a whole paper critiquing the Turnaway study that was retracted for being flawed and biased, and so yeah, but yes, there are critiques.
So can you talk about a couple of the limitations of the Turnaway study and your responses?
Yes. So one of the limitations that they've talked about with the Turnaway study is that is related to its participation rate. So a participation rate is the proportion of people who participate in the study of all the people that you approached and tried to get to participate. So the participation rate is nearly 40%, which might be considered low for a cross-sectional study that doesn't follow people over time. But it is, you know, what you would expect for a longitudinal study of this type. So as I said, there's 11 interview waves. You're interviewing people every 6 months for someone to agree to participate in that study. Not everyone is necessarily going to have the bandwidth of wanting to participate. And just a reminder, we recruited people at the point that they were denied an abortion. So this was something that I remember when Dr. Foster had the idea of the Turnaway study before she'd conceived it. Many researchers said there's no way you're going to be able to recruit people at the point of denial. Like no one is going to want to participate in your study. And she, that's probably one of the reasons why she won that award, because she had the sort of the brilliance and forethought, and knew that if, she worked with the recruitment clinics, so the abortion providers, and built relationships, that she could recruit these women, and she did. So, but that said, you still can never rule out the possibility that people who didn't participate may be somehow different from the people who did. So that is something that we were very conscious of and thought about very thoughtfully in many ways. So, I don't know, do you want me to tell you some of the things we did, or should I wait?
Can you explain that sort of how you addressed the potential biases in the participation?
Yeah, so, the first step was to see, are these, as we mentioned before, are participants similar to other people seeking abortion in the US? So just looking at the differences in demographic characteristics, we saw that they were very similar. So that was okay, this is good. This means that this group is not very different from other people seeking abortion. The other thing that we did, or, one of the things that all the lead authors did in their studies varied based on the outcome you're looking at, but to see whether did sensitivity analysis to see whether there'd be differences in the conclusions if we analyze the data restricted to sites that had higher participation rates, and found no differences. So that was.
And can you also talk about the attrition rate? And first, can you explain what an attrition rate is?
Sure. So an attrition rate is when something that in any longitudinal study, it is very unlikely that you're going to have people participate in that study till the end. So in this case, this is 5 years. So the rate of attrition is how many people are you losing over that 5-year period. So we lost about 5% of our sample from wave to wave. So every 6 months, we lost about 5%. By the end of 5 years, that was close to 50%. So one of the critiques has been that, at that 5-year period, you don't have, you've lost a lot of your sample. But what I see as an incredible strength is that we only lost 5% from wave to wave, which is actually considered very good from an attrition rate perspective, if you compare it to other studies. And then the other thing, our models they're called mixed effects regression models that really account for missing observations throughout the 5-year period. So, we don't have to drop people just because if they don't participate in every single survey interview wave. And the other thing that I looked at was to see whether people who were lost to follow-up, whether they were more likely to have a different history of depression or anxiety. And so I guess the question, I wanted to see whether are the people who have a history of depression and anxiety more likely to be lost to follow-up? And if so, then you would think, okay, now maybe it's we're losing a certain group of people that, but we didn't. So we found, there was nothing to suggest that we were losing people who are more likely to experience adverse mental health outcomes.
And you've mentioned a few times that the Turnaway study is a prospective study. Can you just explain why that is a strength?
So the prospective nature of the study meant that we were asking people about their mental health at that point in time. And we know that in doing so, you don't have to rely on your memory. I can ask you, are you feeling symptoms? I wouldn't ask you that way, but have you fill out a measure of depression, and people can accurately talk about how they feel at that moment. Whereas a retrospective measure might ask them, 10 years ago, how were you feeling? And we know that people's memories are inaccurate and flawed, and people don't remember when the exact time period, and they're just retrospective measures are generally not considered the most robust.
And what were your findings in the Turnaway study in terms of the long-term mental health effects of abortion?
So we found no long-term mental health effects so we found that abortion does not cause either short-term or long-term negative adverse mental health outcomes.
Your Honor, I can keep going and start another section, or we can,
Is this
Break.
a good place to break for you?
that would be fine with me.
Okay. Any objection to breaking now for lunch? Okay, then we will adjourn. Thank you very much, Dr. Biggs. We'll come back at noon, not noon, at 1. We'll come back at 1. All
Thank
right,
you, Your
very
Honor.
much.
claim is now in session.
Welcome back. You may be seated. We'll continue the direct examination of Dr. Biggs. Dr. Biggs, you are still under oath.
All right, good afternoon, Dr. Biggs. So we were just talking about the Turnaway study before lunch. I want to zoom out a little bit and ask you, are you familiar with the broader body of literature on abortion and mental health?
I am.
And is there a general consensus in the scientific community about the relationship between abortion and mental health?
Yes, there's been several literature reviews that have examined the evidence and concluded that abortion does not lead to adverse mental health outcomes. There have been a couple of reviews commissioned by the American Psychological Association. There was also one commissioned by the National Academy for Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine. So they did a summary on the safety of abortion, and in there they concluded that abortion does not increase people's risk of experiencing adverse mental health outcomes.
And let's talk a little bit about both of those. What is the American Psychological Association?
So the American Psychological Association, also known as the APA, is a leading professional organization composed of psychologists and mental health professionals that aims to, it gives recommendations and scientific clinical recommendations, and is a valued, trusted authority on everything related to mental health.
And you mentioned the APA has done a review of the literature on abortion and mental health.
Yes, it's done several.
And did you consider those reviews informing your opinion in this case?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us what the conclusions of those reviews
So
are?
those reviews have all concluded. I mean, they've reviewed the wide body of evidence and have all concluded that abortion in of itself does not increase someone's risk of experiencing adverse mental health outcomes. But they've also pointed to some methodological limitations in the existing scientific literature. Those reviews were conducted before the Turnaway study, so they don't include the Turnaway study, but that has been their conclusion.
And you also mentioned the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine had done a review of the literature.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the National Academies?
So they are also a leading national organization that aims to inform public policy and science, and is also a very trusted organization.
And did the National Academies report review include a review of the Turnaway study?
Yes, so that review was a lot much more recent than the APA one, and it did include a summary of the findings and methodology of the Turnaway study, and they concluded that abortion in of itself does not increase someone's risk of experiencing adverse mental health outcomes.
And did you consider the National Academies review in forming your opinions in this
Yes.
case? And in your opinion, are the APA and National Academies reliable sources?
Yes.
And do they provide evidence-based information?
Yes.
And in your opinion, does the state mandated disclosure that we looked at earlier, which states that as a result of an abortion, some individuals may experience depression, feelings of guilt, sleep disturbance, loss of interest in work or sex, or anger, how would you characterize that disclosure?
So that is not a evidence-based statement. I think that it is misleading and can reinforce stigma related to abortion and add to spreading misinformation. There's already a lot of misinformation related to abortion, and I think people trust that want to trust that our policies are evidence-based. And so I think that points to it not being an evidence-based policy.
And in your opinion, does a 24-hour mandatory delay law prevent negative mental health outcomes
No.
from abortion? And why not?
Because one, abortion, abortion doesn't lead to negative outcomes, so it doesn't, given that it doesn't, it seems disingenuous for a law to say that they're going to help someone's mental health if it's already not something that they need to worry about when they're having an abortion. And the research that has looked at mandated delay laws shows no benefits to a mandated delay. And it also points to lots of barriers. So really, there's no benefit in the law, and it hurts people.
And sorry, just going back to the mandated disclosure about depression, feelings of guilt, sleep disturbance, loss of interest in work or sex or anger, are any of those outcomes more common among people denied a wanted abortion?
So, so we found, there's a lot of different things there. We did not find that depression was more common among people denied an abortion, but anger was more common among people who were denied an abortion than people who were able to get an abortion. But in general, you're, carrying a pregnancy to term, we know there's, postpartum depression is a common experience, and there is no post-abortion depression, even though that's something that it has been argued that it exists. We don't have evidence of that to support that.
And turning back to the literature reviews and your knowledge of the literature on abortion and mental health, in your opinion, what qualities make a research study about abortion and mental health rigorous?
So I think there are lots of things to take into account, given that this is something that cannot be studied in a randomized way. You can't randomize people into a group of people who have an abortion and people who don't. I think there are a lot of other things that you need to take into account. So probably the most important would be to consider their previous history of trauma, of abuse, of mental health conditions. So any study that's looking at abortion mental health just needs to make sure that if does a person already have a mental health condition beforehand, so that you can isolate whether it was the abortion or if it was something that was already there. That you also need to look at the temporal nature. So make sure that when you're measuring mental health, it comes after the abortion and not at the same time or before, because some studies will look at sort of more generally, they're retrospective, they look in the past, and you can't really disentangle the temporality of which came first. You want to have a prospective study, a study with a good comparison group, one that takes into account potential confounding factors. You want to ensure that there's a minimal selection bias, meaning that the people selected into each group aren't biased in some way that's going to influence and bias your outcome.
And how does pregnancy wantedness versus unwantedness figure into the methodologies of these studies?
So I think many of the studies before the Turnaway study would compare, if they had if they were lucky enough to have a comparison group, because many didn't. Oftentimes they would pick a comparison group, compare someone who's seeking an abortion to people who are pregnant but wanting to carry to term. So those are people with wanted pregnancies that they have chosen at that time in their life, this is a good time for them to carry to term. So that's those, you can imagine someone who has a wanted pregnancy, maybe their financial situation, their relationship situation, they're in a place in their life, where their mental health situation at that point in time is at a time in their life where they've decided that they want a pregnancy. Whereas you compare them to someone who is pregnant and wants an abortion, they've determined that based on their circumstances at that time, but whether it's their current mental health, their financial situation, their partner related situation, everything going on in their lives, they've determined that it is that they would like to have an abortion. So you can imagine that these two groups are going to be very different with regards to mental health measurement, even though they could even be the same people at different points in time. So, you at a different point in time, maybe this is the right time for you to have have a baby. And so now your financial situation is better, or now you're in a better mental health space. So, so it's really important to take into account pregnancy wantedness when comparing these two groups of women.
And you had testified earlier that you reviewed Dr. Wibbenhorst's declaration. Do you have any concerns about the research she relied upon in reaching her opinions in this case?
Yes. I was struck by the omissions in her review of the literature. So she left out the most important studies that have the most rigorous, important studies, the rigorous reviews that are out there. She left out the National Academy of Sciences review, the APA review, and the Turnaway study. So there were some glaring omissions. And then the studies that she did cite had a lot of flaws, I would say, being retrospective in nature instead of prospective, having no comparison groups or selection biases. Yeah.
And I'm going to switch gears a bit and talk a little bit about decision-making in the abortion context. So what is your opinion about people's decisional certainty at the time they present for an abortion appointment?
So we know from the scientific literature that at the time people are seeking abortion, most are very certain about the decision. They've already taken the time they needed. They arrive at their appointment. And usually by the time they've made the decision, they really are ready to have an abortion and they don't want to wait. So their decision certainty is quite high at the time of seeking abortion. And it tends to be higher when compared to other medical procedures. So decision certainty is, as I mentioned earlier, it's measured when people are seeking other health procedures. And we've found that the decision certainty related to abortion is higher than compared to people who are seeking a mastectomy or having reconstructive knee surgery or other health procedures.
And in your opinion, does a 24-hour mandatory delay benefit pregnant people's decision-making about abortion?
No.
And why is that?
Because the research has found no evidence that a mandatory delay improves decision certainty. It only finds that it adds barriers.
And informing your opinions in this case, did you rely on research that addresses whether the abortion policy in a pregnant person's state impacts their decision-making?
Yes.
And what did that research
So
conclude?
the research that I'm familiar with has found that people who are exposed to mandatory delay law are not more, that does not lead to increases in decision certainty compared to people who are not exposed to the law.
And does that research address states that have mandatory delay laws with in-person requirements and without in-person requirements?
Yes. So the study that I'm thinking about is by Jovel and colleagues, and they looked at the entire U.S. So they looked at all contexts. So with no mandatory delays and with delays, and then another group was in-person requirement.
And can you talk about how decisional certainty is different, or is decisional certainty different than whether a decision is easy or difficult to make?
So they're, related, but distinct concepts. A decision can be difficult to make, but once you've made it, you can be certain about the decision. So just because a decision is difficult, it doesn't mean that you're not certain of your decision or that you're going to regret your decision.
And in your opinion, is there a difference between a decision being difficult and a patient feeling the decision is nonetheless the right one for them?
Yes, I think you can go through the process of the decision-making process may be difficult. And once you've made the decision, you feel it's the right decision for you.
And in your opinion, if some pregnant people find the decision about abortion difficult, is a 24-hour mandatory delay law beneficial for them?
No,
And why not?
because there's no evidence to suggest that that's going to improve their decision-making in any way. Without the law, people have the autonomous decision-making capacity to decide whether they want to wait or whether they want an abortion. And I think they are the only ones who know whether this is the right decision for them and when and how much time they need.
And does a mandatory delay period cause people to change their minds about abortion?
No, I think that people, when people are autonomous decision makers, they may change their mind on their own. And people seeking abortion, sometimes they access care, and that's part of their decision-making process. They want to hear more about the procedure, and they don't go on to have an abortion. Most people, by the time they have their visit, they do want the abortion and are certain of their decision, but there's always that group who may choose on their own volition to have more time. What people don't like is being forced to wait. There's research that I've done also that shows that that when people are being forced to wait after they've made a decision, that's associated with feeling more stress, more anxiety, and more depression.
And we talked earlier about decisional rightness.
Mhm.
What does the research show about decisional rightness about abortion over the long term?
So we have research from the Turnaway study that followed people at that point that they were denied an abortion or had an abortion over 5 years and asked them after their abortion whether they thought that was the right decision for them. The vast majority say that it was the right decision for them, and that extends throughout the 5-year period.
And in your opinion, does a 24-hour mandatory delay period impose any harms or burdens on pregnant people seeking abortion care?
Yes.
What are some of those burdens?
Well, I feel like it removes their autonomous decision making because they've arrived at their visit and they're ready for the abortion. Now they're being told that they, can't have, they have to wait. The requirement, my understanding, and we heard from the witnesses yesterday about who are implementing this law on the ground about how the barriers that they're experiencing, patients trying to print their forms and not having access to a printer, and so there's the time barrier and the logistical barrier, printing the form, getting to the clinic, finding a time to schedule. We all know how difficult it is to schedule medical appointments, and now you're confined by this 24-hour period and to arrange your work and all that is very can be a barrier. The other thing is that it increases the likelihood of compromised privacy, where you might end up disclosing the decision unwantedly to someone because maybe someone sees the printer going off and sees there's just more chances of you not being able to keep that decision private. And we know abortion is extremely stigmatized, and many people want to keep it private because they fear that they're going to have a negative stigmatizing reaction when someone finds out. And what we also know from the research is when someone discloses that abortion unwantedly to someone, and oftentimes that's due to the logistical barriers, the cost of trying to get care, they're more likely to experience anxiety, stress, and depression.
And next, I'd like to ask you some questions about negative emotions as compared to negative mental health outcomes. Do some pregnant people experience negative emotions after an abortion?
Yes.
And what is that based on?
So the Turnaway study also asked women what emotions they felt, both positive and negative, after having an abortion. We also asked them what their emotions were about being denied an abortion. and about becoming pregnant with that unintended pregnancy. And found that people express a range of emotions. People who had an abortion, their most common emotion was relief. So they predominantly report positive emotions. People also report negative emotions, and people also report both positive and negative emotions. So you can feel relief and sadness at the same time. I think we can all probably relate to experiencing a mix of emotions. But importantly, what we found is that people who had an abortion were expressed more positive emotions than related to having an abortion, that like relief, than people who were denying an abortion, or than to the experience of denial or the experience of becoming pregnant. So the least negative emotions were found for people when they described the abortion.
And are there distinctions between negative emotions and negative mental health outcomes?
Yes, so they are related concepts, but they are distinct in that emotions is a common experience. We all feel emotions all the time, both positive, negative, and mixed. And these are not indicative of a mental health condition and shouldn't be conflated as a mental health condition. A mental health condition is a clinical diagnosis that someone will get and be treated and should be taken seriously, and a cause for concern, whereas expressing a positive or negative emotion in of itself is not a cause for concern.
And in your opinion, does Dr. Wibbenhorst appreciate this distinction between negative mental health outcomes and negative emotions?
I think that she conflates negative emotions with a diagnosed mental health condition when it is not the same thing.
And turning next to regret, can you explain the concept of situational regret?
So situational regret is, I'll use the context of abortion since that's what we're talking about today. In the case of abortion, people may say they regret their abortion, but you dig deeper and you try to understand more what those feelings are about. And they'll talk about their situation that led them to the decision to have an abortion. So, for example, they may regret that they got pregnant. They may regret that their partner was not the person they could carry. They felt that they could carry to term, or that they weren't supportive, or they regret their financial situation or their financial decisions. And so that situation or their circumstances is really what they're regretting. It's not the decision itself. So that is what we would call situational regret.
Can you explain the concept of decisional regret?
So decisional regret would be, in the context of abortion, regretting your decision to have an abortion. So wishing you had not made the decision to have an abortion, which is very different from regretting becoming pregnant or dating that guy.
And you touched on this, but based on your knowledge of the literature, do people subsequently regret their abortion decisions, and sort of what are they regretting when they talk about abortion regret?
So in the Turnaway study, found that a very small minority reported that they regretted their abortions. And from other research, we know that has interviewed people in depth related to abortion regret. Really what that body of research has shown that regret is really more about the situation.
And in your opinion, does a 24-hour mandatory delay period prevent people from experiencing regret related to their abortion?
No,
Does it reduce abortion regret?
no,
And why is that?
because there's no evidence to show that it reduces abortion regret.
And next, I want to ask you a few questions about reproductive coercion. Can you briefly define or describe reproductive coercion?
So reproductive coercion is referred to an experience someone might have where they're being forced it's somewhere in their reproductive lives. So maybe to become pregnant or to have an abortion or to carry a pregnancy to term. That would be, contraceptive, tampering with someone's contraceptive. All those things would be considered reproductive coercion.
So does reproductive coercion include both coercion to have an abortion and coercion to get or remain pregnant?
Yes.
And which is more common?
To get and remain pregnant is more common than abortion coercion.
And do people seek abortion for partner-related reasons?
Yes. In our research, we find that about a third of people say that the reason they are seeking abortion is due to their partner situation.
And what proportion of pregnant people are seeking abortion because they are in abusive relationships?
I think it's about 5% of people seeking abortion are in abusive relationships and report that that is the reason why they're seeking an abortion.
And how does being able to access a wanted abortion impact people in abusive relationships?
So in the Turnaway study, we looked at intimate partner violence, so people who were in violent relationships, and found that people who were able to get their abortions were, and then just a reminder, we followed these people over 5 years, so we found that they were more likely to not stay connected to that abusive partner, so they were able to free themselves of the abuse at higher rates than the people who were denied an abortion and carried to term. So now they're tethered. Now they have that baby that they are that they have together. So they're much more likely to stay tethered to that partner and exposed to the violence and abuse.
And in your opinion, how do mandatory delay laws impact access to abortion for people in abusive relationships?
I think for people in abusive relationships, they're in an incredibly precarious situation, and having autonomy in the timing when they seek care is really important, and being able to keep the decision private and not sort of be forced to disclose that or inadvertently disclose the abortion decision to partners is really important. And so special care needs to be taken to protect their needs, which is to be able to schedule their abortion and not have to print a form that doesn't really help them in any way. It could pose a risk to them.
And in your opinion, just focusing on the 24-hour mandatory delay period piece of the law, does that part of the law prevent people from experiencing reproductive coercion?
No, already that's very uncommon in abortion care. This is not something we're seeing often. So no, there's no evidence of that.
And in your opinion, does a mandatory delay period for abortion provide any benefit to survivors of intimate partner violence or human trafficking?
No, I think it poses a risk to them.
And what is that based on?
It is based on knowing that how important it is for people who are in an abusive relationship, how important it is for them to keep the decision private and to be able to the limited time that they have that's free to them in order to seek care. So it limits their free movement, really.
I have no further questions for Dr. Biggs at this time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Biggs.
Dr. Biggs, do you need a break at all, or are you ready to continue?
Ready.
Okay, then ready for cross-exam? And just please introduce yourself and
Yep.
and put your appearance on the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm Assistant Attorney General James Kennedy for an intervening defendant. Good afternoon, Dr. Biggs. It's a pleasure to see you again. I hope you're doing well today.
I am.
Glad to hear that. I would like to start. You mentioned some methodological concerns with social psychological research. Give me 1 second here. So I believe that you testified that social psychology is the study of individuals and groups. Is that correct?
Human behavior.
But as individuals, not, it's focused on the individual but as a group.
Yep.
Okay. When you look at a group or of individuals, does it matter like the composition of that group?
Yes.
So for example, in formulating your opinion, did you look at any research that was focused on individuals in a particular country or state?
I'm not sure I understand the question. So the research that I looked at, or that I'm familiar with is mostly focused in the US, but all in range of states and in and globally as well.
If you were to look at research that was focused on a particular state, like let's say, for example, Utah, would that research be generalizable to the entire United States?
I think that that it would be generalizable with some, maybe precautions or stipulations. I don't know if that's the right word, but it would depend on the research.
What characteristics about that type of research would be the complicating factors?
Do you have an example you want to talk about? Because
Um,
that's such a general question.
If there was a study of waiting periods in Utah, what would be the complicating factors with that? To generalize that.
Well, I am familiar with some studies in Utah. Do you want to talk about those studies?
Sure.
Okay.
The studies in Utah has a 72-hour waiting period, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Those studies found that 72-hour waiting period might not be comparable to a 24-hour waiting period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Those studies also found that the demographics of Utah were different from the demographics of Michigan or California or the United States as a whole, correct?
I feel like, can I unpack that a little bit, what you're saying? So the study I'm familiar, so there's a study with a couple of publications in Utah that I think is what you're referring to, that looked at decision certainty at that, in Utah, there's that 72-hour mandatory delay, requires a 2-visit requirement, which is different, as you say, from what Michigan's law is. But they measure decision certainty at that first visit. And that isn't gonna, that to me, whatever decision certainty measure was at that first visit in Utah would be comparable and generalizable to what people's decision certainty would be in other parts of the US, including Michigan. So they measured decision certainty at that first visit, and decision certainty was comparable. They also, when we talk about the demographic characteristics of Utah, they found that Utah has a higher proportion of Mormons than in other parts of the country. And in their sample too, they had a higher proportion of Mormons. And in that study, Mormons had lower decisional certainty than the other groups in that study. So the conclusion is,
So can we stop?
does that
there
make
for-
sense?
Yeah,
Mhm.
can we stop there for a second? I'd like to talk about that issue.
Mhm.
As a methodological concern, do certain demographic characteristics affect people's attitudes and responses to an abortion procedure?
They can vary. So people of
For-
different demographic characteristics may report different levels of decision certainty.
For example, I mean, you said that Mormons as a group in general
Yes, right. I
would
don't want to
have
speak
lower
individually.
decisional certainty than.
Well, I don't want to speak for all Mormons, but
Right.
in that study, they found that the Mormon group had less decision certainty than some of the other groups in the sample. So what the conclusion there is that even though the average decision certainty, which included Mormons in this entire sample, was very high, higher than it is for other medical procedures. If we weren't in Utah and had fewer Mormons, the conclusion is that it would probably have been even higher. So really that does not make me think that other states are going to have less decision certainty. If anything, I would say it's higher.
So, just following up again, some of the research indicates that one of the characteristics that affects women's decisional certainty and emotional response following an abortion is religiosity, which I guess would probably be correlated with Utah and Mormonism. Right. So
I mean, yeah,
religiosity is a factor that
could be
might affect
associated. It might be
how people,
associated. Mhm.
and that's a demographic. And that kind of ties into something that is another potential issue with methodology, or as you're surveying,
Mhm.
with certain stigmatized issues, there can be underreporting
Mhm.
of those, correct?
Sure, but like an underreporting of abortions. But in the case of the Utah study, everyone's seeking an abortion, so I don't think we have concerns about underreporting of abortion. So do you mean
Well, I mean,
underreporting?
like stigmatized topics can be underreported in social.
Correct, and abortion.
And abortion
would be-
is
Yes.
is abuse, a stigmatized
Yes,
topic.
yes.
And mental health issues probably also.
Mhm.
And prior abortion history would be.
Correct.
So the concern would be that those, that when you're doing a study,
Mhm.
there may be that some of that might not be reflected because some people may be hiding or concealing their,
Mhm.
correct?
That people might be concealing their
This
regret.
a stigmatized issue, like abuse history.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of regret of abortion, I might even argue that there's more stigma not to report regret. So, abortion is stigmatized, but I've also heard people say they don't want to share that they actually, like, I actually had, you know, an anecdote of someone I was sitting next to on the plane, and I was telling her I'm going to a conference on abortion, mental health, and she shared her abortion experience with me. And she embarrassingly said, she's like, I felt great after my abortion. I was happy, I was fine, and I feel like I should have been sad. I should have, and I was like, yeah, this is because abortion is stigmatized, and we stigmatize the feeling that it should be okay to have, like, you should be able to have an abortion and not feel regret. So I would argue
could
that
that-
people might overreport
Yeah,
regret.
that would be another methodological concern though, right? Over-reporting.
Sure. I mean, so just to be clear, there's nothing is perfect, right? Like in measurement, we get as close as we possibly can, and we try to use validated measures. We try to make people feel comfortable so that they trust us, but there's we try to be as precise as possible, but there's, we're never 100% precise. Just like in chemistry, you can't get exactly to the millimeter of a gram of measurement.
Yeah, no, I understand. You just said there's error in measurement. There's always
Error in measurement.
there's
correct.
always error in measurement, correct?
Mhm.
So, in all the studies you relied on, there's some error in the measurement, correct?
That's part of the scientific
Yeah.
method.
Okay.
But it's not unique to the studies I relied on. I picked studies that I thought had the had the least amount of error. But the scientific method inherently has error in measurement. Yes.
So in this particular context, there would be, on one hand, the error of over measuring.
So what are we measuring right now?
People's attitudes or responses, how they are impacted by the abortion. There'd be, on one hand, over measurement, and on the other hand, under measurement. Those are the two types of error you could have.
Yeah. So one thing, can I tell you what we do to account for errors in measurement? So there's errors in measurement where but if they're consistent, so this is why you want two study groups that are similar as possible, because the error in measurement, there's going to be there, and ideally it's the same across groups. So maybe what you're measuring isn't exact, but that error is about the same. So any differences between the two group are not attributed to the error, but they're attributed to, that's why we also have statistical significance, because we're saying this is beyond that measurement error, beyond what's due to chance. So we consider these things and account for these things in high quality research.
But there is some rate of error on each hand, and you wouldn't necessarily know if you're over measuring or under measuring, or you could be doing both at the same time, right?
So the use of what I'd say validated measures takes that into account. So the reason why validated measures are preferable because they've been used in lots of different contexts. So it's a gauge to assess how your measurement is. But yeah, I mean,
people can still underreport or overreport on a validated measure. Yeah.
Yep.
Another potential issue with or methodological concern with social psychology would be sampling bias, right? Sampling bias is that the group that you are studying is in some way not representative, correct?
Right.
Another issue would be attrition. And attrition would be where you start with a certain group and you lose people in an unrepresentative way, correct? And then lastly, you could have as an interpretational concern, or you could have as a methodological concern, interpretational problems with the data.
You mean you might misinterpret the data?
Yeah, or you could misapply it.
Can you explain that in more detail, what you mean by that?
Well, I mean, you were talking earlier about studies that you were critiquing. Would you say that in those cases, the people who made those studies took data and misapplied it to the situation?
I think, are you talking about what I said related to the Wubenhorst report?
Yeah, the studies that you.
So I felt like in that report, she may have miscited studies, so misunderstood the conclusions of the studies, and it misinterpreted them. So for example, in qualitative research, that's, you rely on small samples. You don't use I think there's a study that's restricted only to people who have intimate partner violence. And you wouldn't conclude that there's a large, that the proportion of people who have intimate partner violence based on a small qualitative study, that would be a misuse of the findings, which is.
Would it be a misuse of the findings to conclude that a study that only took place in Utah had applications outside of Utah?
It depends how you do that. I mean, it could, but not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not going to say, I
Give me a
think
give me
I
a
did that and I stand by what I think it was appropriate the way I did it.
Give me 1 sec.
And can I also say that Utah is not the only place where there is high decision certainty. There have been other states and other studies from other states and also national that have shown high decision certainty. So I think the findings are consistent across studies.
Before we get to the study from Utah,
Mhm.
I believe that you referenced also Jovel as
Yep.
one of the supports for your
Yes.
conclusion about 20, because you testified a lot about 24-hour waiting period and the
Mhm.
impact of that.
Yeah.
With Jovel, that study, the sample that was selected was people who were researching abortion online.
Yep.
Can we generalize that to everyone in the United States? What about people with limited access to the internet, for example?
So we can, as I would say you can generalize that to people seeking abortion online in the United States. So no, I wouldn't generalize it to people who don't have access to internet or.
Just
yeah.
for the record, that give me a copy of it so I can get it. That's plaintiff's exhibit 76, Jovel, abortion waiting periods and decision certainty. And I'll hand you a copy. I don't know if it's in that
I
binder.
don't know.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
Is that the study that we're talking about?
Wait, I just need to find it. Which one is it? in the binder?
76.
Yes. So is this a study we're talking about the people who looked for abortion online?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Let's turn to the Utah though. So I just handed you a copy of plaintiff's exhibit 91 and plaintiff's exhibit 102. Were these the studies did you rely on these studies?
Yes.
And these are studies that we were talking about with regards to Utah and abortion.
Yep.
And waiting periods, right?
Yes, correct.
Would it be possible as a limitation, or is one of the limitations of these studies that you can't make a comparison between the 72-hour waiting period and the prior 24-hour waiting period that Utah had?
I mean, I think that it informs, I would say, you have to take the findings in context. And I do think that it helps to inform people's experiences with different waiting period laws. Yes, they're different, but we can take that into context. As I said, earlier, I don't see why decision certainty would differ. The measurement that they did here, I don't see why that would differ here in Utah than it would in other states. And in fact, this isn't the only study. So consistently in all the studies that I'm familiar with, they show very high decision certainty in different contexts with and without waiting period.
I'm not sure that you answered the question, so I'll ask again. Is a limitation of these studies that you can't make comparisons between the 72-hour waiting period and Utah's prior 24-hour waiting period?
I mean, I think that you can make inferences. I don't think you have to throw, is it a limitation that I think you can still use a study to make inferences?
But the limit, an inference then would be of a lesser value
Then what?
than, I mean, this research is not about a 24-hour waiting period, correct?
No, but it is about a waiting period.
And it found that it couldn't measure you couldn't make a comparison between the 72.
I mean, I think you can make inferences. I would, say that 72 hours is clearly more than 24 hours, and likely the barriers are greater in Utah than in Michigan. But it doesn't mean that we can't make inferences by what we're finding from the study, as long as you take those things into account.
Counselor, how much longer do you think your cross-examination
Oh,
is
I've
going to
got
be?
quite a bit more.
Okay,
yeah.
can we take a quick 15-minute break?
Sure.
Is that okay? All right. Everyone, welcome back. You can be seated. Dr. Biggs, you are still under oath. Mr. Kennedy, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Dr. Biggs, when we went on break, we were talking about studies in Utah. I think I had given you a copy of plaintiff's exhibit number 102, which is titled, "Do 72-hour waiting periods and 2-visit requirements for abortion affect women's certainty?" Prospective cohort study. Do you have a copy of that?
Yep.
Isn't it true that this study looked at the impact of a 72-hour waiting period?
Yes,
The study did not look at the impact of a 24-hour waiting period, correct?
correct.
It's also true that this study looked at the impact of a 2-visit requirement, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the limitations this study identified was that the racial and religious composition of the study population may limit the generalizability of the findings to other settings? Correct?
Correct. I mean, I assume you're reading from the,
Well, it's, if you
Yeah.
want to look at that section, it's on page 6 of 7. It's at the bottom.
607 or 40?
6 of 7,
6 of
sorry.
7,
I've got a
okay.
dry throat a little bit. Thank you. So one of the limitations is that the racial and religious composition of the survey population in Utah may limit the generalizability of the findings, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes, and just to highlight, when they say that limitation, they mention the issue that there were more Mormons, and that
Which we, I think, discussed
Yeah.
already, right?
right.
The effect of religiosity on potential survey results.
Yeah, but they were saying that their findings would have been stronger in other contexts, probably. But yes.
I'd like to look next at 68, which you already have a copy of in the binder there. This study is titled "The Role of Intimate Partners in Women's Reasons for Seeking Abortion," right? If you turn to page 6 of 8, does this study indicate that one of the limitations is that fewer than 40% of the women who were eligible for the study and approached agreed to participate? Correct?
Correct.
And then it says that because of that, the sample is not representative of all women seeking abortion, correct?
Correct.
So the turnaway sample is not representative of all women seeking abortion, correct?
I don't think I totally agree with that statement. I would say it is
Let me ask
mostly
you another
representative.
question then.
Yeah.
Go back to page 1 of 8. The principal author of this is Chibber.
Yep.
Who is the second author listed?
That's me.
Okay. So you did sign off on this at some point.
I did. Yeah. I'm just thinking about it. So when did I wrote this 2000, this is 2013. This was one of the first studies that, I think it was the second study I ever published from the Turnaway study.
Okay,
And since then, since 2013, I did more comparisons with the general population, and I think that I probably would have,
let's talk about that then.
yeah.
All right, so, like to look at, give me 1 second. Get you a copy in a second. Right, I got the whole thing, John.
And I want to just note about the representativeness, reading that same paragraph. There was a discussion about what makes it less representative is that it oversamples for people seeking abortion later in pregnancy, which is something that I had noted earlier. So the demographic characteristics are very similar to people seeking abortion nationally, yet it's true that it overrepresents people seeking abortion later in
Which
pregnancy.
limits the generalizability of the findings.
It would, yes.
I mean, that's what you said in the
Correct,
study.
yes.
Correct. All right, so let's look at this next one. I just gave you a copy of exhibit number 65.
Yep.
This one is titled Women's Mental Health and Well-Being 5 Years After Receiving or Being Denied an Abortion.
Mm-hmm.
You wrote this, right?
I did.
And at the end, on page 8 of 10, did you find that the participation rate of less than 40 and the loss of 42% of the sample raised some concerns that attrition may bias the results?
I did state that.
And it would also be true still that the 40% participation rate potentially has a biased selection bias, correct?
So, yeah, I think that,
Okay.
that
Let's,
we're missing like, the whole paragraph that the paragraph starts talking about that, saying, okay, these are the participation
Yep.
rates, and then shows, the analyses that we did to examine, that. So, yes, but we did look to what extent there might be our findings could be biased. So, for example, later it says concern about bias introduced by low participation is further lessened by the consistent findings in our sensitivity analyses restricted to sites with more than 50% participation.
the sensitivity analysis doesn't completely mitigate the attrition. I mean, like, and you don't know you can't know for certain what the attrition was, right? I mean, the purpose of the sensitivity analysis is to determine if you're losing people in a way that would bias the study, correct?
No, wait.
If you're losing
No,
people,
so I think like, we were talking about participation rates is not about losing people. The attrition rates is about losing people.
right? But the purpose, you said you did sensitivities.
Correct.
And
So
the purpose of the sensitivity is to determine if the attrition is biasing the results over time, correct?
no.
Is it, so it's
No,
the
so
purpose of
can I
this?
just clarify? There's two different kinds of bias. One is participation rate and the other is attrition.
Okay,
So we were talking about participation rates, and we examined both types of bias and did tests to see to what extent our findings could be biased due to one, participation rates, and the other being attrition rates.
so
those are
the
different.
sensitivity was to determine if the
participation.
participation rate.
Yes, we did both, but the one I was talking about was related to participation rates.
So you did sensitivity.
Can I just interject to make sure one of you finishes your sentence before the other starts.
I think the court reporter would probably thank us for that as well.
Okay. One of the, you guys published a supplementary online content to this, right? To this study, this particular study?
There was a supplemental file that came with it. Great, thanks.
This is marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 267. Can you please look at page 9?
Mhm.
Page 9 is all the participants in this study, a flow chart of them, correct?
Yep.
So you approached 3,045 patients.
Mhm.
And of those, 1,199 agreed to begin the
Mhm.
process.
Yep.
And of those, 1,132 consented to participate,
Mhm.
right? And 956 completed the baseline interview. Right?
Yep.
So that's about 40%. It's 37% of the people that you started with. You didn't, they didn't join
Right.
into the study.
So that's referred to as the participation rate, correct?
Right.
Mhm.
And that could bias the sample, correct?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Because you don't know the characteristics of the 3,045 patients who were approached and didn't participate.
Yes, correct.
Isn't it possible that those participants may have characteristics that would make them more susceptible to having a different outcome than the other participants,
Yes.
right?
And that's why we do a sensitivity analysis to see to what extent we should be concerned about that.
Did
And we
you
did look at that and it didn't.
did you do a sensitivity analysis for religiosity in paternal way study?
No,
So there's at least one characteristic that you guys didn't sensitivity test for, right?
so what we, what we did is a sensitivity analysis to look, so that's not what we would have. So there's two ways that we looked at whether participation rates could be biasing our results, acknowledging that that is a possibility in any study it is. So one is we looked to see, compared it to national data and found that it was mostly representative with the exception of people seeking abortion later in pregnancy. We also had another group, which is our first trimester group, so that we could compare to see if our findings were different from them, and they weren't. So that mitigates some concerns that that our findings were not representative. We also did a sensitivity analysis that that was limited just to sites that had high participation rates. So and the findings were essentially the same. So that again mitigated concerns about
But you didn't
participation.
test for all characteristics that could have biased
Well,
the
no, we
sample.
test for participation rate. So I'm talking about bias related to participation rates. So you're making assumptions that religiosity would be associated, is a confounder, which is different from participation rates.
Let me ask, what do you not think that religiosity might affect the way that women would
People's
respond?
post mental health.
Yeah,
No, that was not something, what I
would it
most,
affect their certainty?
those are different things. So
Sure.
can we talk about one thing at a time?
Let's talk about the certainty then. Would it affect their
Um,
certainty? Yes or no?
I think yes,
Okay.
it may affect people's, or it might be associated with people's certainty.
Do you know the characteristics of the 60 or 60 some percent of people who didn't agree to participate?
I don't off the top of my head. I know we published a whole paper about participation rates that,
But did you get information from people who didn't consent to be part of the study?
no.
So you wouldn't know anything about the 2,000 some people who didn't participate?
No.
But they were eligible.
Well,
They were eligible for
I mean, there's different stages. So if you look at the beginning, you don't know whether they're eligible. So you reach the point where, I don't know.
They were
So of the
eligible as
people
part
who
of the
agree, who
initial
began informed consent, 29 were ineligible, for example. You have to assess their eligibility before you would.
Okay. But they could have had characteristics that would influence, and you don't know.
Sure. No, you don't. I would say that's the case in any study. You don't include the entire population, so you don't know who doesn't participate.
Give me one second. Could you turn in the binder to 664?
Yes.
This study is titled Understanding Why Women Seek Abortions in the US, correct?
Correct.
And this was one of the studies that you relied on also in forming your opinion,
Correct.
and you prepared this study.
I did. This was my first Turnaway study paper.
Okay. So if you turn to page 12, one of the findings that you had in this is that this study should be viewed in light of its limitations. Correct?
It's not a finding, it's
Well,
it's
one of-
interpretation, like, you
Okay.
know.
So one of your interpretations was that there are limitations to it.
Yes, so, you know, we can go to every single study of mine is always going to have a limitation section. And we
And-
can go to every single limitation.
I'm
section.
not going to
It's
go
like-
through all of your studies.
Okay.
It would take us too long, but
But,
this
but
one,
just noting that we are only talking about the limitations with which misses the context of the entire study.
well, you also said here that fewer than 40% of women who were eligible and approached agreed to participate, and that's a limitation.
Yes, it's the same study. So it's the same,
This is a different article.
it's a
though.
different paper, all from the same group
Okay,
of women.
so
Yeah.
that is a general issue or limitation of the Turnaway, right?
Correct.
That of the 3,000 people who were originally recruited, about a third of them started it,
Uh-huh.
and then you lost half of them over the time.
Less
No,
than half.
check, but this has been up to date.
I don't think that particular question has been asked and answered, but
I'm going to let you ask the question, but then try
Okay.
to keep it tailored to eliciting the testimony that you need from her as
Sure.
opposed to going over the things we already have.
so try to move on it and ask the question again and then move forward. One of the limitations of the turnaway study is that you started with potential group of 3,000 and recruited slightly over a third of them. And that the 2/3 that were not recruited may have had characteristics that you don't know anything really about their characteristics.
Correct.
Correct. And another limitation of the turnaway is that over the course of the 5-year study, you lost in attrition 50% of the study group, correct?
So we lost 5% from wave to wave.
Over the course of the whole.
But
study.
over the course, so from baseline to 5 years, that is correct that we
Okay.
lost. But I want to note that our most significant findings are in that first 6-month period, where we have nearly our entire sample. So
But you didn't have the 2/3, right?
no study has every single person in the entire population. That doesn't happen. So I'm talking about the sample that is in the study. So among the people who were in the study, our most significant findings are in that first 6-month period. And after 6 months, all the groups are sort of exactly the same in terms of their mental health outcomes. So any loss to follow up that maybe like by 5 years, it's not making having a big impact on findings. So we don't see like a huge difference.
Let's talk about that.
Let's what?
Let's talk about the mental health finding.
Okay.
You testified that the overall finding of the turnaway study was that there was some short-term difference between women who were turned away and women who had an abortion,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
And the short-term difference was over a period of 6 months, right? Correct?
So about, so we interviewed them every 6 months. So the biggest difference was sort of at that beginning period. And then both groups improved over the 5-year period, and they were similar at about like
They had
6 months. to a year.
similar mental health outcomes at six months,
About, yeah, I think that's right.
and they had similar mental health outcomes at the end of the 5-year.
Yes,
So there wasn't a negative effect of being turned away on the women who were turned away at the 5-year mark,
correct,
mental health wise.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
A second. And could we take a short, like 5-minute break?
Sure, 5 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
You don't get to do the gamble too.
Oh, I like working, like, wait, I have to sit down now?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, everyone, welcome back. Please be seated. Dr. Biggs, you are under oath. Mr. Kennedy, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have just a few more questions left for you, Dr. Biggs. First, I'd like to talk about a study that I believe that you relied on. So give me a second. I've handed you a copy of plaintiff's exhibit number 77, which is titled "The Impact of State Mandatory Counseling and Waiting Period Laws on Abortion, a Literature Review."
Mhm.
Did you rely on this study in
Yes.
preparing your opinion?
Yes.
And right on page 1, there is one of the highlights of this study, a finding that waiting period laws that allow mandatory counseling to be delivered over the internet or by mail or telephone appear to impose relatively little costs on patients. And neither the waiting period requirement nor the mandatory counseling has a measurable impact on reproductive outcomes other than to postpone the timing of some abortions. Is that one of the highlights of this study?
It is.
Okay. I'm done with that study. Isn't it true that a person can be certain about a decision because she thinks that the choice she made was the only option?
Sure. Yeah.
You're not an expert on informed consent, are you?
Uh, no, I'm not here as an expert on informed consent, although I have some experience.
You're
with
not
it.
a medical provider, are you?
I am not a medical provider.
You don't provide abortions, correct?
I do not provide abortions.
To hear Dr. Biggs. Yes. Can you speak up just a little bit? Sorry, I know it's getting.
Um, you testified earlier about the informed consent form, the Michigan's informed consent form.
Yes.
Is this a true statement? It is rare, but some individuals may have feelings of sadness, guilt, anger, or trouble sleeping or doing daily activities after an abortion. That's a true statement, right?
Even if true, it's misleading to include it because it implies that people who have an abortion are more likely to experience those things that you just listed, when that's not true. So what I stated earlier is that it's misleading and really reinforces abortion stigma, and it's not an evidence-based statement. An evidence-based statement would say most people seeking abortion do not experience post-abortion sadness and all the other things you mentioned. And that most people experience relief and feel that abortion was the right decision for them. That would be a more evidence-based statement.
It, the the statement in the form says that it's rare and, but some people may
Wh-
experience that.
What is the purpose of that? Like, what are they trying to warn people of?
I'm not the one who's testifying here.
Okay, so my opinion is that statement is misleading because the research shows, I told you what I thought would be a more evidence-based statement.
It,
Why are we telling, I mean, and those experiences are not something that you're more likely to experience from abortion than you would, for example, childbirth. And it is my understanding that people who choose childbirth are not told that they're,
so
so I don't,
the next,
it
the
is
next,
not in my opinion, it is an injustice to include that statement.
next sentence in the form is, these symptoms can also occur after the birth of a baby or after a miscarriage.
Okay,
Isn't
so
that
then-
true? Is that
Okay,
statement
so
true?
So then the way I read that, it's really centering the abortion experience. And then they say, oh, and then this could also occur with birth. But to me, I am not, if I were in charge of writing those materials, I would have, I have serious concerns about that statement. I feel that it is reinforcing abortion stigma. People are, it is not, there's no need to warn people of that. If we don't have evidence that abortion causes mental health harm, why are we warning people that this is something that they're going to experience when it's not true? I mean, anybody can experience adverse mental health outcomes at any point in time. It's not specific to abortion, so
Well,
it doesn't make sense to me that
Feelings
that
are,
would be there.
feelings are not a mental health problem, right? And having,
No, but why is no, I don't, I'm not, you're asking my opinion whether I am, how I feel about that statement. From my experience as a researcher who has studied this, am not comfortable with that statement. I feel like, as I said already, I think it's misinforming the public and people seeking abortion. It's reinforcing abortion stigma, which that I know does lead to adverse mental health outcomes.
is it wrong to say that
It's
rare?
wrong when it has negative.
Is it
it would-
incorrect, sorry.
But it doesn't matter if it's misleading. And it's meant to, like, the purpose of it is not to inform. It really leads to misinformation and reinforces abortion stigma. So that's my answer to that question.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Do any of the other defendants have any examination for Dr. Biggs? Seeing none, redirect the plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So Dr. Biggs, you were asked by Mr. Kennedy about many potential issues with research. Do you take steps in your own research to account or mitigate those issues?
Yes, I think that the more rigorous a study is, the more likely they're going to think about the potential risks of bias and selection bias, what kind of bias a participation rate or attrition rate could introduce. And that's something that me and my colleagues were extremely thoughtful. That's why we have an appendix in the paper with all these sensitivity analyses to be very transparent about our findings and, like, looking at the different ways you can slice the data, whether or not that has any kind of impact in terms of our overall conclusions. So it is something that is an inherent part of being rigorous and part of the research process.
And you mentioned sensitivity analysis. Can you just explain
Yes.
what that?
So a sensitivity analysis is it's essentially, in a paper, you may have your main analyses that give you your main findings, which you base conclusions. And a sensitivity analysis is doing different tweaks, I would say, with the data, analyzing the data in a different way and saying, okay, well, if I analyze this, does this still lead to the same conclusion? So, so we did additional analyses, thinking specifically about attrition and thinking about potential risk of bias due to participation. We did those analyses to see whether this raises concerns of bias, and it didn't. So that really mitigated those concerns about bias. I would say you will see less rigorous studies like the ones that with the Woman Horse report. The studies, are cross-sectional, they're not prospective, they do not report participation rates, they do not report attrition rates. To me, that is a sign of not a very thoughtful study that's considered all the potential limitations.
And would you be concerned about a study that doesn't address its own limitations?
To me, it's a sign that they're not being transparent or thoughtful about the potential limitations that any study can have. The most rigorous journals, high impact journals, require that you include a limitations section. And so lower impact journals don't.
And so you mentioned sensitivity analyses and some other analyses that you do to mitigate bias and concerns with research. Are those analyses standard in the social science field?
Yes, they're not always done, but it is a standard thing to do. And it increases transparency about your data and your findings.
Okay, and I know you were asked by Mr. Kennedy again about the participation rate and attrition rates in the Turnaway study. And I'd like to ask, just to clarify, what did you do in the Turnaway study to mitigate concerns about the participation rate? Let's start there.
Okay, so for participation rate, your main concern is that, let's say when you're looking at mental health, I guess, so your main concern is like, can I generalize my results to the population, to the rest of the population, which Mr. Kennedy was saying we probably can't, because we are saying that we have limited generalizability. But by comparing that, our data or our demographic characteristics of our participants to the general population of people seeking abortion and finding that they're mostly similar, that suggests that we probably don't have a very different group or type of people who are seeking abortion. So that's one thing. The other thing is that we did a sub-analysis of just people who participated from sites that had higher, like over 50% participation rate. And the analyses there and findings were similar to what we had found in the main study.
And you were also asked about the attrition rate. Can you explain what you did in the Turnaway study to mitigate bias in the attrition rate?
So the attrition rate refers to the proportion of people you lose over time. And since this is a 5-year study, it's not totally unexpected that we would be losing by 5 years, you're going to have lost a lot more people. So one of the things that I wanted to be sure that the people that we're losing over time aren't people who are more likely to have negative mental health outcomes or adverse mental health outcomes. So I looked to see whether the people who were lost to follow-up, whether they were more likely to have a history of mental health conditions, and they didn't. If they did, that would suggest that, only people who are more likely to experience depression, those are the ones who we lost, and therefore you could be losing a mental health impact. But we didn't find that. So we felt, okay, so attrition isn't, we're not losing people who have a history of mental health conditions. And the other thing is our models are sophisticated statistical models or something called mixed effects regression analyses that they account for missing observations over time. And so they are a robust way to account for people not being not participating in every point in time. So you don't have to drop the participants. Some studies will just drop anybody who doesn't participate in the entire study. And then there you really are introducing bias. Here, we really maximize the use of all of our data. We include all 956 in all the analyses. So they contribute to all of the analyses. So that was another thing that we did to mitigate the impact of attrition. And then the other thing that I was saying, even if, let's say there's still issues related to attrition or that are introducing bias, like what if you just cut the findings to the first 2 years where we have nearly everyone is, and I have published data on those first few years of data, you're still finding the exact same thing. So if the findings are the same in the first 3 years where you nearly have everyone participating, to the findings for all 5 years, that suggests that you probably, attrition isn't introducing bias.
And another question about limitations.
Mhm.
Did you account for or consider the limitations of all the studies that you relied on informing your opinions in this case? Say that again. Did you consider the limitations of the studies that you relied on informing your opinions in this case?
Yes. I mean, I think any researcher, any study you read, you consider the limitation. Like you're always reading a paper and saying, what are the limitations? It's the way you read a paper and try to like in your head, you try to understand, okay, how much is this gonna bother me in terms of the findings and how much is it likely to impact the findings?
And you were asked some questions about Exhibit 68, which is the Chibber study. I don't know that you need to look at the study for this question, but it's in your binder if you need to. So you mentioned that you had done additional comparisons since that paper was published in 2014 about how the Turnaway study participants compare to the general population. Can you explain what you did?
Is looking at national data. So the Chibber study is a cross-sectional study. It's not the longitudinal data. It's just at that baseline measure, looking at what people's reasons were for seeking abortion. And I just hadn't looked at how the Turnaway sample compares to the general population of people seeking abortion. And so I looked at that more closely and just compared the demographic characteristics.
And what did you conclude?
That they are the same demographically.
Okay, and Mr. Kennedy asked a question about the Turnaway study that implied that people who accessed an abortion were in essentially the same place as people who were denied a wanted abortion. What was the Turnaway study finding overall?
Oh,
Beyond the mental health
Okay.
impacts, what was the Turnaway study findings about people who were denied a wanted abortion compared to people who accessed an abortion?
The Turnaway study examined so many different things, and everything it looked at, it was people denied abortion who fared worse than the people who got an abortion. And really, I would say the mental health, so the biggest probably impacts of abortion denial were on people's financial well-being, which extended onto their children. So people who were denied abortion and went on to give birth and carry the pregnancy to term, They were much more likely to live in poverty, much more likely to experience bankruptcy, and evictions, and to not have enough money to meet their basic living expenses like food and housing. And of course, living in poverty, that extended to the children who were born after being denied an abortion, as well as the existing children in the household. So those children were much more likely to live in poverty. There were also large impacts on people's physical health. So we already know from we have lots of good data to show that abortion is a lot safer than childbirth. And also that's what we found in the Turnaway study. So people were had much more adverse physical health impacts from giving birth, as well as long-term physical health impacts like chronic pain. And we had 2 women who tragically died in childbirth after being denied an abortion. So that was, one of the, worst, obviously, outcomes that we had. Really unexpected. We did not expect to, we didn't expect to find that. And then, we also looked at impacts on children, their child development milestones, intimate partner violence, and we looked at relationship status, whether people were in happy relationships. That was, so we've, a lot of people say that if you can, get pregnant, I think it's a myth that if you get pregnant and you carry that pregnancy to term, you're going to get married and be happy and the relationship's going to be great. Well, that's not what we found. People who were able to get an abortion were much more likely to say they were in good relationships than people who were denied an abortion. They were much more likely to report they had bad relationships, and also more likely to be tethered to violent partners.
And then the last thing I want to ask is about the Joyce study, which is exhibit 77, which is one of the loose pages. So first, this study was 2009. So I'd like to, you were asked questions about this study indicating that mandatory delay laws with in-person requirements impose more significant barriers than mandatory delay laws that do not have in-person requirements.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can turn to page 15 of that study and go towards the last paragraph on that page, most of the way down. Can you tell me what the study concluded as to mandatory delay laws that do not have an in-person visit requirement?
So do you want me to read this paragraph? So we conclude that mandatory counseling and waiting period laws that require an additional in-person visit before the procedure likely increase both the personal and the financial cost of obtaining an abortion, thereby preventing some women from accessing abortion services. If neighboring states have similar laws so that access to an abortion provider who does not require this strict form of waiting period requires extensive travel, then such laws are likely to lower abortion rates, delay women who are seeking abortions, and result in a higher proportion of second trimester abortions. Laws that allow mandatory counseling to be delivered over the internet or by mail or telephone impose lower costs of both patients and providers, and neither the waiting period required nor the counseling appears to have a large impact on reproductive outcomes. However, by definition, such statutes do cause some delay, and the one study that addresses this issue found a 41% increase in the rate of second trimester abortions.
And you were here yesterday when Ms. Chillian and Dr. Loader were testifying, right?
Yes.
So do you agree, or in your opinion, are the study outcomes here similar to the burdens that those 2 providers discussed?
Yeah, I mean, what we heard yesterday is that there were burdens related to time, that it's going to take longer for people to get their abortion, to schedule an appointment. That could push you later in pregnancy. The abortion could be more costly. You may be less likely to be able to access your preferred abortion. So medication abortion is only up until about 11, 12 weeks gestation. And then there's the burdens of compromised privacy, costs, travel.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Any recross?
Very briefly. So you had mentioned in your redirect testimony just now that one of the issues that you had with some of the studies that Dr. Wubenhurst cited in her report was that she was relying on cross-sectional studies, not longitudinal studies, correct?
In some cases, I wouldn't say universally, but there were some cross-sectional studies.
So, and you identified that as a weakness, correct?
Well, I would say it depends what you're studying. I'm not going to say that all cross-sectional studies are weak. It depends what the research question is.
So in preparing your opinion that you presented today, did you review any and rely on any cross-sectional
Yes.
studies? Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Biggs. You are excused.
Your Honor, yeah, could we just address scheduling?
Yes, please, go ahead and have a seat, Dr. Biggs. Go ahead. Yeah.
So Your Honor, we're done about an hour and 15 minutes before the end of the court day. We expect that the amount of time we'll spend with witnesses on Tuesday will be extremely long. We would request, Dr. Curlin was already lined up to testify Tuesday by Zoom. We'd like to not have another day where we have an hour and 15 minutes of available court time wasted, potentially push us into Thursday. I'd like to ask, if there's 3 days notice that Dr. Curlin be available. They just prefer, if the intervening defendants prefer that it's Dr. Rubenhorst, that we at least have a witness ready, so we're not having 2 days of ending early and the potential of Wednesday bleeding over into Thursday.
Tuesday afternoon, so after the lunch break. So let's see, let's go back. And on Baghdadi. Okay, so just be ready to go. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Anything else that we need to discuss before we adjourn for the weekend?
Just one more question, Your Honor. A number of exhibits were marked and discussed on the record today, although not admitted to evidence. For purposes of the appellate record, because not all of them were read in specificity, I would like to file those. We have filed the admitted exhibits, but I think it's important that somewhere on the record, Court of Appeals or the Supreme Court has access to those documents. For whatever reason they're used, I think it's very clear on the record what Your Honor has admitted and what hasn't. But because paper copies aren't being collected here, we would request that when we file the admitted exhibits, we also file those. We can mark on the annotation if Your Honor thinks it's better identification only. But I think it's important that we have a fulsome record, especially in light of Your Honor's comments today that this is likely to go.
Mr. Asmussen?
Your Honor, I think that the exhibits are going to be denoted on the transcript. If there's any question, they can be produced. We both have copies of those. There's no reason for you to accept those exhibits because they were not admitted to you to be accepted. They should not be in evidence because they were not moved into evidence. I don't think that filing them, in my experience in federal court, the parties retain the exhibits themselves. And so I'm not exactly sure why we need to file exhibits that were not requested to be moved into evidence.
Sure, what I would say is it's typical that the court in one way or another obtains a copy. I've never had a trial where we haven't had to give the court. Usually the clerk has a stamp, you mark it, and there is an official court record, which includes exhibits both admitted, marked for identification, court exhibits. So the record is complete about what is spoken to on the transcript. These exhibits, the numbers are put in, but I don't know a good reason why the actual copy couldn't be there. I'm not asking Your Honor to consider them as evidence. I'm asking to make sure we have an accurate fulsome record. So heaven forbid, some of us move on and go different places, and 3 years from now, the Supreme Court's trying to track somebody down to get a copy of it, and we don't have it anymore. It seems much more efficient and much simpler to just file them now, so they're part of the official.
So in order to keep the record clear, because I am having you file the exhibits that are admitted into the record. So right now we're electronically creating a docketing of all of the exhibits that are admitted into evidence. I don't want to muddy the record by having things that are not admitted into evidence also admitted. But to your concern, both of you have provided me with flash drives that have both the exhibits that you have agreed to admit into evidence as well as the contested ones. And there are copies for me. There's a copy for the clerk's office as well as my commissioner. So a copy of those flash drives will be sent with the appellate record with the appropriate demarcation that these were the exhibits that were created in anticipation of trial and not necessarily the ones that were admitted at trial. So I think that will create a good buffer and barrier between what is admitted at trial and is evidence and what may have just been looked at. Does that? Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we adjourn? No? Okay, well, thank you very much. I think we've had a couple of very productive days of trial, and I look forward to seeing all of you next week, next Tuesday.